Uic.
Freedom the people of need.
Hell yeah.
Freedom the people of need. Yeah, yeah. Freedom the people of want. Freedom the people of need. Yeah, yeah. Freedom the people of want. Freedom the people of need. Yeah, yeah. Freedom the people of want. Freedom the people of need. Yeah,
Yeah. Real man a road. Now bow wolf in a tree grand a road. Now bow down to no demon a road. Uic when you see man a road, me say yeah. Real man a road. Now bow wolf in a tree grand a road. Now bow down to no demon a road. Uic when you see man a road. Ready for broke every chain. That when you free up the people, levitate. Jamaica member, you ever great. I feel burn up the fire upon every snake. Me give thanks in every way. God still a look down once we safe. Uic run the road long time. GLP and PMP I sell we out. Still I do the test even though we know the end result. If them coulda kill with them catch we and hang we know. No force no coercion, me freedom in a step. No one fi rob we and kill we and feel them I go make it out. You know see the leeches, you know see the hands of the devil when him sleep with. You know see the leeches, you know see the hands of the devil when him sleep with. Yeah, real man a road. Now bow wolf in a tree grand a road.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of UIC Liberty TV. We're going live from, we should be downtown in a couple minutes. And of course, we're sharing with you guys what we're doing. Today we're having a march for good governance, and we'll be walking through the streets of Kingston and St. Andrew to demand good governance, and not good governance uh, from our government, but good governance from ourselves. So today I have some special guests that will be hosting the show. I'm going to be live on the ground reporting. Um,
I'm here. Good morning. Good morning, Uniters. This is Keith in Texas. We're trying to get some communication going here with Douglas, and I hope you're not missing much. But we're excited about this walk this morning, and we know that this is something that is going to make sense. Um, Douglas checked out to get
Are
back
you,
on.
are you,
Welcome back,
are you
Douglas.
hearing me? Are you hearing me now?
I'm, I'm, I'm hearing you now, definitely.
Okay, great, great, great.
For a
Good,
while
good.
there,
Sorry,
I was just,
I got a
go
call
ahead.
while the stream was going on, so it probably knocked out my mic.
Sometimes that happens, yes.
Yeah. So we're having the walk today from downtown Kingston to halfway tree. We're walking for good governance, and of course, a lot of us know the issues and the problems that we're having with
Yes.
the government and successive governments over the last 78 years that have provided the atmosphere for what we're getting now or what we're living now in Jamaica. And it's time we as a people say enough is enough. You know, we've been living through this for 78 years. It's time now that it's clear that the other political parties don't have the answer. And it's time now that we decide to govern ourselves or demand good governance from ourselves. Yes? And so that's one of the reasons why we are marching today. But Mr. Keith,
Yes, sir.
you were saying something
Um,
before I came
you know,
in.
I'm just saying that, we here in the diaspora, for many, many years, we've always been like a hands-off, approach. Um, but something happened a year ago. This is my 1 year anniversary with this movement. And this is something that touched my heart. Um, I'm a Christian at heart, and I'm a Christian, and we don't, try to force people into anything here. But I'm just telling you the reason that led me to this organization. Um, I was listening to a Zoom some time ago with people from the diaspora and special people in Jamaica who were talking about the crime issue there and how they have no handle on it. And there was big concern, but it seems so useless. I mean, it's like hopeless. That's the word. They were saying that, man, it's things are just so much out of control, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be any end to it, and no hope in how to solve this problem. And of course, we all know that there are many other problems that led up to this. But back to Mike, what led me to this organization. Um, I was listening to a program there at home, and they were referring to a group of ministers praying. And as a Christian, I thought it was fair to join my heart with them to pray for our country. I've always had affection for my country. I've always appreciated the nation that I had back from home, like so many of us. And I also have to admit that I'm a economic exile in another country. And if whoever wants to admit it, they can. But I am, and I know many of us are, and we would have loved to be back home. So anyway, I prayed with these ministers, and I truly believe that God answered prayers, because when I came across the UIC and I saw what the UIC stood for, I was really, really touched with their manifestos and with their plan for Jamaica, how to help us to get out of the rut that we're in. um, I was just really touched by it. So I started doing more research in the UIC, and I encourage others in the diaspora to do the same thing. So I started doing my research. One of the first thing that I thought was pretty good is the belief of individual sovereignty. Individuals, we're individually sovereign, and we all have a right to our own body and our own property, and everybody needs to respect that. And the UIC believes that everyone have an equal choice, and their choices need to be on person's choice. We know that Jamaica is very diverse. We have people of many different religions, we have people of different races, and we have people with different belief systems. So it is only fair that each person should be well respected and accepted. And that's one of the things that the UIC stands for, in allowing each person to make their own choice, as long as your choice does not defraud, exploit, take advantage of, or you know use your force against the other person's will to to accept your choice, or your beliefs. And I truly believe that as long as there's that boundary, it is fair that each person can have their own choice. And I know that in many countries they kick the whole football around about pro-choice and pro-life. I mean, under the UIC, everybody will have their choice. That means it's broader than just pro-choice. It's more about equal choice, as long as the choices do not infringe or take advantage of somebody else's choice. The UIC believe that's when that person would be protected, and I like that. And that's the other thing too that I like about the UIC, and using my Christian belief, like many other religions, um, the basis of love, loving each other, it is fundamental. And if you love or your sister or your fellow man, then you will not exploit or take advantage of, extort them, or you know defraud them. You will not do that, because love will prevent you from doing that. And that's a very biblical thing. It actually starts with the first commandment. The first commandment says to love God first, and then to love your fellow man as yourself. The same measure of love that you give to yourself, you give to your fellow man. And based on that, that is pretty much in line of what the UIC stands for. So I can see, as a Christian, you would, if why what reason you would have not to support this organization. Apart from that, the UIC believes in so many things. They're very pragmatic in their approach, in the sense that there's hardly any challenges that we have in Jamaica that has not been solved before. So why can't we look at other people, the way they solve their problems, and find better way to solve our problems? And that is something that I truly believe in too. And the other thing that I love about the UIC is unity. Unity is so important. We've been, with the history that we have, in our countries, in the Caribbean, in Jamaica, many other countries that have people of African descent, um, in the Caribbean and in the Americas. Um, we 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 have a history of where we were slaves, or we were subject to involuntary servitude, forced servitude. And this built tremendous amount of wealth for those people who had control. And then they look at us and say, well, no, you're free. At the end of slavery, they say you're free. But instead of looking at the people who labored all these years and give them incentive to now make themselves or their country better, they turned it the other way and rewarded the people who owned the slave owners, for loss of income. And then they put that as a loan on top of the people who were enslaved to repay that loan. And you can look back in history and see where that happened. It happened not only in Jamaica, but it happened in Haiti and in many of the other countries. The Francophone African countries talk about it all the time. France dealt with it. And instead of rewarding the people who actually did the labor, which would help to build a country, and they rewarded those people who owned those slaves. And now we realize that it is hard to repay because they're giving all kinds of excuses. I think it would be only fair if they look at the country and say, listen, just forgive all of your debts and have the people start over. At least that could have been an option. But what happened is that they leave us to toil for ourselves, and then they burden us with the loans from these big institutions, and the World Bank, the IMF, and many other institutions, locals. They burden the country with, and now all of that is now unleashing the population to repay those loans. And you cannot repay them because they make them virtually impossible for you to repay them. For one thing, the World Bank and the IMF has a rule that because you're a higher risk in repaying loans, your interest rate is humongous compared with the other countries in Europe who, whenever they borrow a loan, man, they pay 3%, but they will have the African countries and the people from the Caribbean paying as high as 10% or more, and the loan so stringent that you can only pay to service the loan, and then as a result of that, you won't even have enough to take care of the people, and those things are just so ungodly and so unfair. And I don't think much is said about those things at all. Those are the things that UIC have studied and realized that we have to address. And the UIC believes that there should be a new constitution rather than following one that was laid out for us by the people who did not wish us anyway. They did not want us to succeed or to overcome our financial problems. It is also unfortunate that we're just maybe so short-sighted, or we don't teach our young ones or teach each other the major reason of these situations that we find ourselves in. We find ourselves in having to be burdened by these loans and having this stringent financial condition that we have to survive in, and this lead to having to renegotiate, and things get tighter and tighter, and then the people have to pay the prices. This lead to everything that we're having right now. So we really need we need to have a new constitution. We need to have Jamaica being converted to a republic, a true republic, one that the UIC lays out. And we have to make sure that whenever we rewrite the Constitution, it is something that is more relevant to us, a constitution written by us that is more relevant to us. People don't realize that we are surviving under somebody else's rule for many years. And after 60, 70 years under these rules, you can ask yourself the question, does it make any sense for us to be sitting under these rules, to be living under these rules? Because, we're merely, I'm not even sure if we're surviving. But, Douglas, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Douglas?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you
Okay.
hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now. But,
All right. So
go ahead.
yeah, so I just got on location, so I'll be able to share some footage with you guys in a few. So just give me a second.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And we are very excited about this March. It is the anniversary of the UIC's first March, and we know that this is going to be a very successful one. There are more people who are very hyped and are very excited about this movement and are willing to join hands and make this movement one that create that change in our country, um, where Jamaica can have true governance, good governance. There's a lot that the UIC has planned, and it is so important that we go to their website and just look at the manifestos, look at the different plans that they have for education, for healthcare, for agriculture, and overall economic growth. This is going to be good. Douglas is doing some live stream and people on the ground. Very, 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 very good.
Guys, come on, man, clear the way. Remember, we're not going to open up traffic, all right? This one is working good. All right. So, today marks the first anniversary of our March for Liberty. Last year, you remember? And last year, we had the police out in their numbers. But this year, they're leaving us alone. Why are they leaving us alone? Because they don't want to draw any attention to the UIC. You notice they're blocking us on TV, blocking us on social media, blocking us from the paper, blocking us from the radio. But it no matter what them try to do, them can't block us from the people. And so today, we're going to be marching. We're going to be here, marching it up all the way to Era Circle. Then we're walking from Era Circle to Emancipation Park, and from Emancipation Park to Mandela Park. What is the significance of that? First, we're going to touch base with our heroes, our ancestors. And we only know 5 of them. Only 5 heroes we know. The 5 5 years. We don't know 7. We know 98. We fought for our freedom and won. We know some shop. He said I'd rather die on the undergallows than live in slavery. Yeah. And we believe the same. And remember, George William Gordon, he was a legal man, and him bringing up people who never done nothing wrong. So I know that sometimes good stuff up for the bad. And I remember Paul Bogle, who marched from before the gutter all the way up to the courtroom and said, enough is enough. And even though they killed many of us, it never stopped the march, it never stopped the fight. And of course, my people, here we are today. We are the Paul Bogles, we are the Nadies, we are the Sun Shop, we are the Marcus Garvey, and we're here today because Marcus Garvey warned us. Very important. Any leadership that would lead you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will lead you into slavery. And these two parties have led us right back into slavery. Wage slavery, mental slavery, and they have made our country poor and dirty. And so this morning, we're going to start the march, and we're going to make a statement, not for them, because we're not trying to make a statement to them anymore. Our statement is to ourselves, our people, that it's time for us to get up, stand up, and fight for our rights. What we say? One Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
One Jamaica. One Jamaica. One Jamaica. One Jamaica. You know why we say that? Because we're tired of the division. We are neither PNP nor GLP, we're Jamaicans. We are not divided by left or right, we're united as one Jamaica. We're not divided by color, we're one Jamaica. We're not divided by money, we're one Jamaica. Even though we know the money people them upon these two parties will take for our rights. But the time has come for us to take back our rights, take back our land, and take back our freedom. The time has come for us to take back our rights, take back our freedom, and take back our land. This land is my land. This land is your land. This land is our land. And for as long as Jamaica is not owned by the people of Jamaica, we shall not fight until we take it back. We want our land from the bauxite company. We want our land from those Chinese companies that have been given free access here. We want back our banks that have been given away to the private banking cartel. We want back our money which is being printed in England. We want back everything that belongs to we, the people of Jamaica. And so, today marks the beginning of the end of this system of colonialism. It's the end of imperialism. The Queen dead, and so shall her system die. We don't want no king. We don't want no emperor. We don't want no dictator. We want one Jamaica. We don't want no pro-God. We know only one God. We, the people of Jamaica, are ready and willing to fight for what is ours, and we're not going to sit down until we get it back. And so today, as I said before, marks the end of the beginning, or is the beginning of the end. We are now going to take back this country from those who have stolen it from you. I know some of you don't care because they have taught you not to care. I know some of you don't have any time for politics because you feel safe no matter. I know some of you have given up on this country, but I want to tell you this. If you give up on Jamaica, we the UIC will not give up on you. We will not give up on Jamaica because this Jamaica is ours, Africa is ours, the black man is here to stay, and nobody is going to stop us from occupying and owning this country. So I say today again, we want what? One Jamaica. One Jamaica. We're what? We're stronger together. And so, and we're trying to say it. Enough is? Enough. Enough is? Enough. Enough is? Enough. Enough is? Enough. We want good governance, so that's what we're here for. So ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the walk. Madam Carleen, ready? You ready for us now? All right, so we're going to walk now. Which direction we're going? In group? All right, good. Come take the mic now and lead them. Come. Come on, come take the mic. Come on, man. Let's get the mic and get our groups together. Come. Tell them what the group is. All right, everybody. So we are traveling as one because of the numbers. Anthony Williams will head the group. We're going on to Sutton Street, and from there on to East Street towards Hero Circle. Sheldon, you will cover the rear. And everybody now will fit in a single file going up. Get your placards and we start going. So, Anthony. All right. Chanters. The first chant is enough good governance now. We want somebody to lead that. All right, everybody, follow me. Come, let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
About to start the walk now.
Yes.
We're heading out now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, we're hearing you. We're hearing you.
All right, so we're heading out now. Heading to Hero Circle. Let's see if I can switch the camera so you guys can see. So the route is heading from Ward Theatre. We're heading to East Street, which way you see the police car is turning from. We're heading that side. We're going to turn left to East Street.
Everybody come over here, man. Everybody.
And then head up to.
Everybody come over here now.
And then head up to Hero Circle.
Everybody. One Jamaica. Stronger together.
Stronger together. Stronger together. Stronger together.
Stronger together. All right. What I say? No fake growth. It's a real prosperity now. No fake growth.
Real prosperity now.
No fake growth.
Real prosperity now.
I'm a prime minister who promised us 5% in 4 years, and all we get is -5% in 7 years. I'm a prime minister that tell us we're going to be able to sleep with our windows and doors open, and all we get is more crime, more murder, and more beheading. The time has come for us to stop all of that now. And so we say, enough is enough. Good governance now. Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
No, there are still some schools putting masks on our businesses. There are some schools putting masks on our businesses. Them stifling our children, killing them with their own carbon dioxide, and causing them to get sick. We don't know how far the sickness will reach it, but every day they're getting sicker and sicker. So guess what? Take the mask off. Come on, brother. Take the mask off. 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 Take the mask off.
Take the mask off.
Jamaica, we need a cipher. Mr. Patterson, all they do is make them do. We need to that, the parents, for the children. You can't pray. We need to pray. Stand there.
Take the mask off. Right.
Jamaica people!
Jamaica!
Take the mask off. Take the mask off.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
Good morning. Good morning. I thank God for this opportunity. And it's a wonderful feeling coming out here. right? It's just from Jamaica. I have natural cases on sale as we go along. My salesman is right here holding one Jamaica strong house together. Yes. So if you are thirsty for energy, you can get your natural juices, coconut water, and refreshment. Right on the spot, here this morning. So I am. All right, let's go. One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica. One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica. One Jamaica.
All right, guys.
Yes.
We're heading out. Crossing Church Street now.
Okay.
Heading onto Sutton Street. Enough is enough. All right, so let's see if we can answer any questions in the chat. So Joya says they have been so dumbed down and they like the silliness. Cool, guys. Blessings on strength to all who are there and those watching. Thanks, cool guy. Kick Rock says Mutabaruka. Where the bomber them there?
Yes.
Agra Valley Farm says part of the problem with these people in the country is that they don't vote on issues. Poverty of mind, thinking,
Yes.
and apathy is holding back the country. 100%. 100% true. Agra
That's
Valley.
good.
All right, so we're walking today for, demanding good governance now. Walking from Downtown Kingston to halfway tree. We're gonna stop at Hero Circle as our first stop, and then from there we head up to Emancipation Park, where we'll make another stop,
Yes.
and then after that we will head up to halfway tree and end at the Mandela Park, and we'll be having a rally in the Mandela Park. Starts at about 1 o'clock.
Yes.
So that's basically the plans for today, or the agenda for today.
Yes. I can see that you're having weather. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Keith. So we're here.
Yes. Yes.
Probably you can carry on until we get to Hero Circle. Let me show you the route that we're walking.
Yes. Ms. Janet is able to come on. Okay. So people are marching at this time. They're marching towards Hero Circle. And as you can see, the group is strong, united, calling for one Jamaica. Jamaica has a long history of segregation, separation. It was pretty much something that was bestowed on us from the colonial system. And as a result of that, this leads to a lot of wars and garrisons and separatism and people fighting against each other over ideologies. This is something that the UIC does not stand for: separation, segregation, tribalism. In fact, at one stage they said that we're very, very proudly that we had civil war in Jamaica. Civil war against who? People fighting against their own. They all look alike, all brothers and sisters fighting against each other because of some system that was put in place by someone who never wished us well in the first place. And all we need to do is take a step back and say, wait, why am I fighting against my fellow man in Tivoli or in Rima or in wherever? It does not make sense. As a result of that, the people just live to figure that this is the only way that the country should run. And they have these um, every 5 years they all have this celebration or these events to pull people together against their own, and as a result of that just take so seriously and just take up arms against each other, and as a result of that Jamaica is now a segregated country full of self-imposed tribalism. um, and now you have people like us in the diaspora who would really love to go back home, are very timid because you just don't know what your fate will be whenever you get there. There's a lot of stories about people who've gone there and never made it back because people live to believe that if you go abroad, you're separate from them. You're different from them. That's the other thing that the culture has taught us, that if you leave and you go abroad, um, you are you and you're gone. You don't care about us anymore. But there's also something else that people need to know. Look at the statistic. Over $3.3 billion is remitted to Jamaica annually, and all that come from the diaspora. So people are like, wow. That just see that the people in the diaspora still love their loved ones there and still care for the people back home. Another thing that the UIC stands for is that instead of having the belief that if you're gone abroad, you're gone, you're you, we're us, don't come back here. The UIC believes that we all need to hold hands together and embrace each other in whatever way we can to solve the problems that we have there. And we all know issues, most of it to do with economics. So it's very important that we join hands, as this UIC suggests, and we help to encourage other people, the people who, the brain that have been drained abroad, reclaim those, as much of those brains as possible, and use that to bring resources back home, bring people intellect, their minds, great minds. We have people who have resources, like, their businesses, equipments, things like that. They can bring home, they can put the resources with what is at home, create more jobs, for the people there. I'm not talking about minimum wage job, I'm talking about living wage jobs, because they can pay Jamaicans much better than they do. And people might not want to stay there and enjoy and have other people from the diaspora coming to settle back home, and and it would all be good for all of us. We have a lovely country, so all of that, are some of the things that the UIC talk about. I think we encourage everybody to go to their website and to learn as much as they can. And if you want to have some input to make things better, man, put it in. So what I'm saying is, I just want people to be aware of this. People talk a lot about, they don't hear about it. But guess what? It's a small political party started, great vision for Jamaica. And of course, we just need to spread the word, and we need to encourage others to look at the OIC and what they have to offer, and join in the cause. That will be very great. I hope Miss Janet can hear me. I was hoping that we could be up here together. We could be talking, but she's still having some problem with her internet. And Douglas is still on the ground there. So I'm here all by myself. But back to what I was saying about the UIC. I think the UIC is not intimidating at all because the UIC believe in spreading a red carpet for every Jamaican, for everyone to come aboard, to be a part of a movement that unites everybody. You can be an orange or you can be a green. Let's come on board and see what the UIC is about. Join to make it better. Join to make it better. Tell the other.
No! Can you listen? No! All right. We're standing by the Gleaner Company. The Gleaner Company has been around for a very long time. They have been around since the time of Marcus Garvey. And this was then the media. This was the media.
Only way.
The only media. If you want to get any message out, this was the only media at the time. And this company, the Gleaner Company, joined together with the plantocracy. Plantocracy are those who were then the PSOJ back then. And the plantocracy, who had all the money, to keep all the people poor with low wages. The plantocracy organized with the Gleaner Company, and they discouraged Marcus Garvey. They lied on Marcus Garvey. They discredited Marcus Garvey, or even they tried to. And they misled the people to think that Marcus Garvey was a bad lunatic and that the way the people should go is to support the two colonial parties. Because long time this a go on. Long time this a go on. And so this Gleaner Company here, this company is standing right here, which has been around before all of the born. They work with the two colonial parties and they work with the plantocracy or PSOJ of the time, and they destroyed the people political party created by Marcus Garvey. They run Marcus Garvey out of this country, and they denied the Jamaican people the chance to be united and to be liberated. And so that's why we have a divided Jamaica today. That's why we have a poor Jamaica today. Not a poor country, but wholly for poor people. The country is rich, but the riches is in the hands of a few. And guess what? The Gleaner Company,
Citizens of Jamaica, it's time to make our voices heard.
So, I want, hold on. Yes. Exactly. Run to your way.
Don't make everybody have a voice in this country. We are Jamaican. All of us are Jamaican. Don't let anybody tell you, say, you cannot run for your help Jamaica and the people. You are here to help us out of this crisis and this wicked government. This government is not real. He is for his friends and for his money. He is not for us. We are suffering. Too much killing of one all over Jamaica, not just where we live here alone. And too much corruption. We don't want any more corruption. We need a change. Right now, we need a change. We need some young people right here. Need jobs, education. They want it and better liberty. You understand for them and them family. We want a change in Jamaica.
Good governance,
We cannot be with this anymore.
Enough is enough.
The police need better pay. They are working, they work very assiduously hard. They work some hours a night and they run back a bad people. They want their money. And if we get more, and the cheap teachers, most of them have to run with that. They know you have to run. They could have still get better paper. They're wasting money to do a Santa food, nurse school, and all public service people work very hard. And the government needs to look and see the crisis that Jamaica is in and try to do what it can do. And if we can't do what it can do, someone next party are going to take it. Yes. UIC. I am a People's National Party. I am a part of the PMP. Look, I'm not going to say I am not a part of a party. I am a part of the People's National Party, which I love. But I don't against you people. Come on board. I agree with you to come on board. I say man into the world. Man born into the world, but we still love and love us here. Do what we have to do.
One Jamaica. One Jamaica. One Jamaica. Stronger together. Divided we fall. Divided we fall.
To remind you, we're here in front of the Greener Company. The company that got us to see ourselves as GLP and PNP instead of Jamaican. What are we? What are we?
Jamaicans.
What are we?
Jamaicans.
What are we?
Jamaicans.
What are we? Jamaicans. What are we?
Jamaicans.
We're not PNP. We're not GLP. We are Jamaica. One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
Now, recently, my last point, recently I heard the leader of one party, the time comes. You hear that? Time comes. Leader of one party, the time comes. So what he meant was that time comes for them to take power again. Yes. But we have one message for them. Time up.
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 Time up. Time up.
Time up.
Time up.
Time up.
Time up.
Time up. Time up. Time up. Time up.
Time up. Stronger together. Good governance now. Good governance now. Time up. Time up. Right now. 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 Good governance 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 now. Stronger together. 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 One Jamaica. One Jamaica. Good governance now. Good governance now. Good governance now. All right, guys. So we're on our way.
Yes, yeah, I can see.
The cleaner.
Yeah. Yes,
And
can you hear me?
I don't know if you guys were able to hear. I'm hearing you, Keith.
Yeah, I was saying that you know, that is very telling. I noticed they stopped at the cleaner company, and they were making reference to how the strategy that the media is using against the UIC, in the sense that they do not want to bring the UIC at all to the attention of the public, and this will definitely turn around to bite them, because if people see
Yeah.
that there's something that is being hidden that from them, which is also a strategy of the imperialism. The history of imperialism is to hide information from the people, and the people, so that the people don't know, the people don't learn about themselves. At one stage, they even have it to where it's illegal to learn, and they were the ones who
Yeah.
perpetuate that. Um,
Yeah.
make it illegal to learn to read, and now they are using all kinds of other strategies to shut down the UIC, or to hide the UIC from the public eyes, and you know, that's just not right. But eventually, once the people ask the question, man, why are they hiding this organization from us? There's something not right about it, and we would love to know why. So this is something that people need to use to to learn more about UIC, to join, to volunteer, contribute, because this your organization is people funded only. They do not take contribution from you know, special interest group, because special interest group is all about their interest, not about the interests of the people. Yes, sir. Can you hear me, Douglas?
Sorry, Keith. I can't
Yes,
hear with the chanting.
I got you. I got you. I know. Miss
We're
Janice
about
says she's talking. Miss Janice said that she's talking, but we can't hear her at all either.
Hi, Joyce. Hi, Joyce.
yeah, so we're coming up to Hero Circle now. Let me turn on the
Yes.
camera so you guys can see.
Hi, Joyce. Enough is enough.
Good governance now. All right, so we're heading up to Hero Circle now. There's the Ministry of Education over here, and we're gonna cross the street and head into the park.
Yes.
And we'll stop for another 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes,
Got you.
and refresh ourselves. And we'll have a couple speakers,
Yes.
and maybe do some canvassing around the area, and then from there we start marching again up to Emancipation Park. So here is the Ministry of Education here. As you can see, I don't know if you can hear it, but this is our town crier. Has been on the road with us while we're walking.
Yes. Right.
Congress at the War Theater at 10 a.m. as we walk from Downtown Kingston to Mandela Park in Hartford. It's time we say,
So Hero Circle is over here.
We want good governance now.
So here we have the Ministry of Education. So as let me flip the camera around. Right. So as Mr. Patterson was saying earlier, the Gleaner Company was actually one of the companies that worked against Marcus Garvey and the PPP.
At 10 a.m. as we walk from downtown Kingston to Mandela Park in halfway tree. It's time we say enough is enough.
Yeah,
We
so
want good governance now.
they were actually in hi, how are you? I'm good. Yeah, so they were part of the plan to get Marcus Garvey out. They, along with the two political parties, the JLP and the PNP, the Gleaner wrote some, negative things about Marcus Garvey in the Gleaner, and they were able to spread, of course, propaganda. And unfortunately, the PPP was closed or was finished because of what was happening with the Gleaner and the PNP and the JLP. So we're walking to the main gate of Hero Circle now.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough. No more inflation. No more inflation.
Peg wages now.
No more inflation.
Peg wages now.
No more inflation. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together. Right, so we're heading into Hero Circle now. Let me try and flip the camera back so you guys can see how Hero Circle looks now. Nicely lawned or nicely manicured lawns. Oh, we're going over here. Williams! Can we? Okay, so that's the gate for Hero Circle, the main gate. We're going to be gathering here under the trees.
At the One Theatre at 10 a.m. as we walk from Downtown Kingston to Mandela Park in halfway tree. It's time we say enough is enough. We want good governance now.
So as I said, we are just going to rest, take 15 and 20 minutes, get some water if needs be, and we're going to have a couple of people sharing some information and talking. Yeah, Mr. Patterson is talking. So.
We need some, they call it intelligence, artificial or otherwise.
Call and join the United Independence Congress.
Right, I see. It's more based than I thought.
Yes, okay, all right. All right. First of all, let me just say thank you to all of you who have taken the time to join this walk. Now, there are 2.9 million people, we're told, in Jamaica. And out right now is a representational sample of that 2.9 million people. Some of you are coming as far away from St. Thomas. It's ready? Big up.
Montego Bay Express.
This time going from Montego Bay. Yes, all right, so you're all over the place. And we have people from rural St. Andrew. We have people from St. Elizabeth. We have people from St. Mary. We have people from St. Catherine. We have little Pitney from Manchester. We have the Drake them from the Hill. We know some of you smoked a split before you came here today. So you're high. You're Rastafari, alright? Yeah. And we big up all the people who are here, whether you're Christian, Rasta, Baalid, Muslim, you name it, doesn't matter. Right now we're all fighting for the same purpose. We're all fighting for our freedom. Because as much as they tell us that we got independence in 1962, everybody here knows that's a lie. As a matter of fact, just recently, we're told that we need to go and mourn for 12 days. Just recently we were told that we no longer say, long live the king, but long live the queen. Hold on. One conversation, people. We were told recently that we no longer say, long live the Queen. Our parliamentarians, our senators, our MPs, our Prime Minister, our opposition leader are now singing a new tune. It's called Long Live the King. Well, today I want to say in front of all of you and to the world, big up my friend them on online, all of you, on the live. I want to say one simple thing. Not my king.
Yes, not my king.
Let's say it together. Not my king. Not my king.
Not my king.
She wasn't my queen, and it certainly is not my king. So not my king.
Not my king.
Not my king.
Not my king.
Hold on. We don't say it like we don't mean it. Not my king.
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 All right.
King Selassie, the only king.
All of we here right now. All of we here right now. All of we here right now are here because of the hard work, the dedication. Hold on and listen, man. We're here because of the hard work, the dedication, and the sacrifice of our 5 national heroes.
Yes, I.
We're all here because of the dedication, the hard work, and the sacrifice of our national heroes.
Yeah.
Our 5 national heroes.
5.
Our 5 national heroes. How many?
5.
How many?
Big 5.
How many?
5.
Our 5 national heroes.
Yes.
And for those of you who paid attention in civics class or social study class, I am not making a mistake about 5 versus 7. I am being very accurate.
Yes.
We have 5 national heroes and we have 2 imposters. We have 5 national heroes and 2 imposters.
2 criminals.
2 imposters who were led by our colonial masters to trick us into being a divided people.
Definitely.
They have tricked us into being a divided people.
True.
They have divided us and they have conquered us.
Yeah.
And the time has come for us to take back our country,
Yes.
take back our civility, take back our dignity, and rise again as one people, one God, and one destiny.
Yes.
We're here because Marcus Garvey is not dead, but he's alive in us today.
Yes.
We're here because even though they tried everything to shut him up, lock him down, and kick him out of this country, Marcus Garvey is alive here today.
Yes. Yes.
And Marcus Garvey told us that though they may kill his body, they cannot kill the spirit of Marcus Garvey.
Never.
And so the spirit of Garvey lives in us today. And right now the spirit of Garvey is rising up at this moment. It's rising up. It's rising up. And it's saying, my people, up you mighty race.
Yes.
Up you mighty race. Rise up and take back your country from these imposters who claim that they're our MPs and senators.
Right.
They are all a bunch of fill in the blank. Whatever you wish to put in that blank, it will be most appropriate.
Yes.
And I want to say here today that we, the United Independence Jamaica, is going to unite the independent thinkers of Jamaica.
Yes.
We're going to unite the independent thinkers of Jamaica.
Yes.
All 63% of you.
Yes.
All 63% of the United Independent Thinkers of Jamaica will now become a part of the United Independence Congress of Jamaica. We are going to take back our country.
Yes.
We're going to get rid of the colonial system. We're going to say down with the king and up with the Jamaican
Hi,
people.
can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
We, the Jamaican people, will rise up like a phoenix
You're
from
hearing
the
me
ashes
now?
and take back this country, which is ours from our ancestors.
I'm hearing you now. Can you hear me?
You're hearing me now?
Every Jamaican will be a property owner in the United Independent
But
Congress of Jamaica.
I'm not hearing you, so hang on a second.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
There will be no more squatters in this
Let me,
country.
Charlotte, can you hear me now?
Okay, so you guys can hear me now? Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Good.
Because we're stronger together.
Okay, finally.
Finally, we're so happy to hear you.
Yes, indeed. I was here sweating bullets, sweating cows, sweating everything, trying to figure out why you're not hearing me. And I think it's because the microphone on my screen was muted, not the one at the bottom, but on the low. I unmuted that, and I think that did the trick. I'm not technically
That's
inclined, and my son is not here to
great.
help
That
me.
is
My daughter's not here to help me, so I'm on my own. I'm glad I made it, and I'm excited for this day because history is being made. I saw someone say that history, and that is for sure. Because it was 1 year ago today that Mr. Cat got arrested, wrongfully arrested, because he was representing the people and fighting for our rights and our freedom. Can you imagine? You cannot walk, you couldn't walk, and that's exactly what he was doing. So I am so excited that we have some people on the live who are watching and here. And yes, we may not
yes,
have the quality of cameras because somebody said we need to be using cell phones and get some cameras. Well, donations. And then we can get some
yes,
cameras and then we can do better broadcasts. So
yes,
this is what
yes,
why we're here. This is why the UI to bring the change that Jamaica needs. It's genuine, no doubt. So stay
yes.
tuned for more as we continue to bring this broadcast to you. Okay?
Absolutely. I think Douglas was trying to call me here. Let me see if I can get him back. Can
Okay.
you hear
So
me,
while
Douglas?
they're doing
Oh,
that, we're asking everyone to invite others to come to the live because we will be here for a while. We'll be
yes.
here until I think it's 3 o'clock. So invite
All
your
right.
family, invite your friends. We're doing the UIC movement is doing everything they can or we can to get the word out there. You know, it is not easy for them to really get on the
Absolutely.
ground. The roads are bad, vehicles are getting messed up, gas is on an all-time high. So we need all the support financially that the UIC can get. All the support. Mr. Patterson
Absolutely.
is pouring his heart and soul. The staff is pouring some soul into this because we all want the same. We need all hands on
We,
deck. All hands.
absolutely.
We need skilled
Absolutely.
people who can come and run as counselors in their communities. So if you know
Yes.
people passionate and who have the desire to see a change and they want to come and join the UIC, please invite them. We're looking for new people. We're looking for from every parish, from every county, from every nook and cranny. We need everyone on board. So we're making that appeal today as well. We're making that appeal.
Absolutely, Miss Janet. We really appreciate that so much. And I have reached out to so many people since we started this journey. We won't be discouraged. There are some people who, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm
Miss Janet, can you hear
hearing
me?
you.
There's some people
I am
who
hearing
are very
you.
intrigued and there are others who, it will take some time. We just encouraging them. But when people are
Yes,
brainwashed,
yes.
man, you know, it takes a lot. It's just like I don't know if you're watching the live earlier where a lady came and she was very opposed to the government, saying that
learn the value
PNP
of standing
and
right.
of course
All Jamaicans who have learned
we're
the
not
value
we're
of
not hit
standing up for their right. Those who died in
we're
Coral
not
Gardens.
rejecting
Those
anybody
who were
because
kicked
the
out of
UIC.
Pinnacle.
You know what I mean?
Those who were shipped off
You
like
see what I'm
cattle
saying?
to other countries. Yes. Those who have died in the cold of winter trying
Yes,
to
I'm
send money back home to
hearing
their
you.
families.
I'm hearing
Those
you.
who were barren kids who suffered without their parents. Those of you are still suffering even now.
Are you
Even
still hearing
now
me,
you're suffering
Mr.
because you
Roman?
made your parents economic refugees in other countries. All of you, all of us who have suffered, now is the time. Now is the moment. Now is the day. Now is that point in history when we shall rise up and take back this country and make Jamaica the land we love. Thank you. Yes. 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 Pick up the song now. Now is the time. My brother,
All right, guys. So I don't know if you guys were able to hear um, what was being said. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, I'm
Just drop in
hearing
the
you.
chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Miss
All
Janet,
right.
Miss
So
Janet, are you hearing him? Miss Janet?
I heard Miss Janet was talking a while ago.
Yeah, she was. I don't know if she's still on. Miss Janet, can you hear me?
Stronger together.
Okay, I'm on now. Can you hear now?
Okay. Yes, I'm hearing you.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. This is my sword. I'm ready.
Yes, Miss Janet.
Yes. So
Can you?
Mr. Patterson was basically talking to us about changing the system. Enough is
Yes,
enough. We've had a
yes,
system of bad governance for the last 78 years. And that has provided, unfortunately, a system that is built around corruption, a system that allows
yes,
corruption, a
yes,
system that has made teachers want to leave the country, a system that
absolutely.
has put us in a situation where our crime or national minister of national security is telling the police to shoot to kill. So we have some serious problems happening here in Jamaica right now.
Yeah,
And
that sounds very desperate and very
yes, it is.
very irresponsible.
Yeah, desperate move.
Last night I was watching
Desperate move,
CPM.
but they're not getting to the root of the problem. We have to first address the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is corruption. The root of the problem is, unfortunately, some leaders are involved with the corruption. So until we get to the root of the problem, it cannot be solved. The UIC
That's
has
right.
the plan to get to the root of the
Yeah,
problem. Of course, we cannot just come and tell you all of it right now, because then they will steal our ideas like they're already doing.
they're already doing
Um,
it.
just
From the
trust,
little that they've
yeah,
heard,
just trust.
they're
We have
already.
a plan to bring down the crime rate in Jamaica.
Yeah. And so I would encourage those on the live now to
Douglas,
go to our website, look at
Douglas,
our 10-point plan. Yes, please.
can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Elsa is saying here that we need to we need to read some. Are you see the comments?
We need to. Oh, yeah, I'm able to see some.
Wants us to read some of the comments.
Okay. So let's see. Kick Ross says no. Oh, Gloria Weiss just joined. Welcome, Gloria. Let's just see now. I don't know what it's going to take for people to see things for what it is. Exactly. Let's see. So I'm not able to read and walk, but we have some really good.
Well, what it's going to take is education, is for people to understand what is the role of government, because we've been brainwashed about the role of
Yes.
government in the country. I
Could
didn't know
you
until I actually connected with life and learned so much about good governance. And until the people understand what the governance is about, they cannot change their mindset. It's a matter of changing the mindset. So when we're educating and giving them the information, hopefully they can process that, and hopefully they can trust, because people have lost trust. 75 years of all this corruption and rubbish, and our country just on the drain. The infrastructure is messed up. Everything is messed up. So they lost trust. And they look at EYC and they're thinking that, are they really going to make a difference?
People that Jamaica is the second poorest country in the Caribbean behind Haiti. and people can't believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the way they live and their life and their ability to access resources and just to live a regular life, you know.
Absolutely. And the people who can make a difference, they're migrating to the three countries, USA, Canada, and the UK. So we're losing good people.
And bringing up
And as a result,
exactly,
so
absolutely,
we're appealing to everyone to come on board. We cannot be afraid. If we go
yes,
out in numbers, they cannot do anything. But when it's only a few of us, then they have the power to control us. But when we're out there in numbers, they cannot
yes,
control us that way. So we have to fight for our freedom. We have to fight for our liberty. And Mr. Patterson and the UIC is doing that right now. That man has put his
absolutely,
life on the line. Last year, 1 year ago, he was
100%.
wrongfully arrested.
man.
And here we are today.
100%.
Here we are today, still fighting for our freedom. Because the people who put our trust in, they're not doing anything for the Jamaican people. They're not.
Yes.
I've
Look
seen
like
it.
what were
I'm
you saying?
actually in Jamaica on the ground right now,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen it. I am just in shock at how people are living. The poverty rate is very high. People are struggling. Minimum wage just people. And Mr. has the JUMP program and has all these great ideas. So I encourage everyone to go to the website. Go to the website and look at the 10-point plan. Look at the vision and the mission of the UIC. We have to change some things. We've been on the Constitution for how many years? The laws are outdated. Things need to be upgraded. We need aid. The UIC will bring the upgrade that Jamaica needs
Yes.
to move forward. The two parties, they are one and the same. The ones that are in power, trust me, they are being influenced by the ones on the outside. They are one and the same. They work
Of course.
together. They are not thinking about the people. They're just themselves and how to satisfy those who control us.
Yeah.
So it's time
You
for us
know,
to
you
wake up and
know,
say
you know, Miss
enough
Janet,
is
when I was young growing up, of course, I remember when I was young growing up, I used to hear people said, we are here fighting against each other, and they are having cocktail up there together. They were talking about Buster and Michael at the time, and Buster and Normal at the time.
So
You know what I
please
mean?
hear
right.
And it's still the same. Huh?
Don't mean to stop you
Yes.
just for a minute. This is a
Absolutely.
sidewalk along the main road.
Oh
And this
man,
is
look at that.
so people who are
Look
walking
at
along
that.
the sidewalk.
Wow.
Right. This is in front of the Ministry of Finance, by the way. Right. So you have
What?
pole
Wow.
with 2 barrels,
Ooh, wow.
some pieces of iron
What a
sticking up.
sight. What a
Dangerous.
sight.
So if someone who is blind, here's Mr. Patterson is going to show. If you're
You
blind,
have to be so
you're
careful.
walking along here.
Man,
Wow.
look at
You know?
that.
So this is what, and again, this is in front of the Ministry of Finance.
Exactly.
In front of the Ministry of Finance.
And guess what? Guess what, Miss
Wow.
Janet? Guess what? Somebody might have gotten paid. Somebody might have gotten the pay to do that already and pocket the money now. You know that, right?
For real. For real. For real.
Get paid for that
Unfortunately. Well,
and
I'll
pocket the
say
money.
this.
You know how things go. You know how things go.
Yes.
You know how things go. So here it is. We have the Ministry of
A
Finance. I
lack
don't
of
know if you can see the sign.
representation. Yes.
And this is what we have to do. So they have a car park over here for the Finance Ministry. And as I said, the sidewalk has a huge hole. So clearly we're seeing that
Wow.
the government really doesn't care about the people of Jamaica. They don't even care about their own workers who may have to walk along the sidewalk to, to go to buy a box food or just making a stroll for lunch. have to be watching where they're walking.
Wow.
Yes. And
So we
not
are
to mention
heading
if
up.
someone is walking there at night and is unaware that there's a hole in the sidewalk, they can hurt themselves right there.
Yeah.
But I will just that area because I was visiting in Falmouth, and Falmouth I learned has the largest shipping port. There are two ships that can actually, cruise ships that can fit at the port in Falmouth. And I was so flabbergasted at the dirtiness of the rundown of this town. I could not believe this is supposed to be a tourist area. The garbage streets are full of pocket holes, full of potholes. And I am just blown away. This is supposed to be a tourist area, and it looks nothing like that. It looks like one of the little towns way up in the bushes, right? And this is Falmouth. That is supposed to be
Absolutely.
a tourist area, and the ships come in. Two
Man,
huge
look
ships
at
come to
this. Look at
the
this.
airport.
Look at the
So
garbage.
when I say what is
Look at the
happening, why is it? What happened to the tax dollars that these cities are getting? What are they doing with the tax dollars? Why are they their cities and beautifying the area and fixing their sidewalks and fixing the potholes in the street? It is
Yeah,
horrible. There's
Miss
a
Janet,
broken down bridge. If a kid, go ahead.
yes. No, I was listening to a program last week about the airlines, and they were saying that the airlines that are coming to countries like ours, there's so much taxes that they charge these people. It should be more than enough to take care of these basic needs, like in Falmouth and all that, tourist towns. But those money do not ever reach to benefit the people at all. Never.
Not at all. They collect all these monies. The GTC tax is a joke. Seriously? We ship barrels to Jamaica and have to pick them up from the wharf. The amount of monies you're picking at these barrels out. What are they doing with those money? And the wharf, I will say, is a little rough building. So I don't know. Corruption has taken over everything in
Man,
Jamaica. Nothing
look
is
at
getting
this.
done.
This
Absolutely
is this what
nothing.
So
is
this
this
is
what the people are
Wow.
satisfied with? Those junk. Look at
just
those
so
trash.
down that side is the car park for
Man,
finance, Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance is that building there, and here we have
Wow.
garbage
yes.
along the side. Over there, that building over there is Wilma's girls' school, and the boys' school is that side. So we have a school, Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education is down that side, and right here in front of both the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education, the garbage along the side of the road. Here we are.
Man, man.
Now,
They're
you all know that the UIC's plan is to make Jamaica a safe, clean, and orderly country. When you hear me talk about clean, don't take it for granted. Look what how dirty the country is. This is right across from the Ministry of Finance.
oh my God.
The Ministry of Finance and Public Service, just up this up. The Ministry of Labour, just up this up. The Education Ministry, just up this up. The National Heroes, very in this up. And look on the state of the country, right in the capital city of Jamaica.
Wow.
This is the capital. Hold on. This too
There
light.
is no excuse for that mess. No excuse.
Listen to me.
We can't even clean up our garbage.
Come on. This is the. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is the right way. No. Yeah. Look, this is the Kingston is the capital of Jamaica. My friends in the diaspora, all 3 million of you. My Jamaicans at home, all 3 million of you. This is your capital city. This is the city of Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica. Look funny. Look at the condition of the city of Jamaica right across, almost across from the Ministry of Finance and Public Service,
No
the
word.
Ministry of Labor, the Education Ministry, National Heroes Circle, where the heroes have been buried. This is what they've created in Jamaica. They cannot, a government that cannot control garbage, what else can they control? A government that can't pick
My
up
gosh.
garbage,
Wow.
what else can they control? If they can't pick up garbage, how do they manage our economy? If they can't pick up garbage, how do they manage the healthcare system? If they can't manage garbage, how do they manage the economy? That is why we're suffering so much. Because they're keeping the money that they're supposed to use to manage the country. For my people, I want you to join me in saying one simple statement. Time up!
Time up!
Time up!
Time is up.
Time up!
Time is up.
Time
Time up.
Time up!
Right now!
Time up!
Right now!
Yes, let's get his brother here.
Right now.
Good day to everyone that is listening.
Talk to the camera. Yeah, go ahead.
Good day to everyone that is listening me. I'm a very vexed man. Vexed. I saw my brother Garnet sing a song about it. I'm vexed. And I can't deny it. I'm vexed. I'm gonna show it. I'm going to in my 70s. And from my barn round here in a Babylon. I'm vexed. Over 60 odd years now. This one I'm talking about. Hello, what's your man? I'm vexed, you know.
Wow.
Because all me know around us so. Batteration, murderation, sufferation.
Where is the cleaner and the newspaper them and the medias? Where are they doing? What are those people?
They do not pay any attention to the UIC. They have been muzzled towards the UIC. They don't want to expose the UIC because the people will hear the message. They don't want that.
Michael Jordan came going to wear 2
So they are muzzled.
The
The UIC has sent letters, all kinds of correspondence to the media.
They move the slave away.
They ignore them.
Listen, I'm watching the news tonight to see if they're going to highlight anything about the UIC today. You see what I'm talking about?
If they do, I would be very surprised.
The people rise up.
I've been around long enough. Mr. Khan has even sent letters to both parties requesting a roundtable meeting to have discussions about how to better Jamaica. Silent deaf ears.
Hello.
Silent deaf ears.
Hello, watch out.
Yeah.
You move the slave wage from 7.5 to 9.
But you see, they don't know that when they
move the goods
do
and
that,
services.
Miss Janet, they do not know that whenever they do that,
People rise up, no man.
whenever they do that, it's gonna make the people suspicious of why. Why are you hiding? Why don't you expose them if they are not good, so that people can see what they are about? You know, why are you making all these efforts? You know what I mean? You know, to hide. You know what I mean? Or to expose the UIC. Or for the people to see. You know.
Because here's the thing, when people hear the message, it resonates with them. They can identify with it. Everyone wants to get better Jamaica. And unfortunately, the other 2 parties are ending out there is just to tickle the air, just to deceive the people, lie to them, never fulfill any of the promises that they have made. I've heard those promises from I was a child to this day. Their message has not changed. The only thing that has changed is the corruption has gotten worse and the crime rate has escalated. And the people get
Exactly.
spoken for and they do nothing for the people.
Justice! Justice!
That's all that has changed.
Justice!
So it's time for us to
That
say
poor man,
enough
that
is
poor
enough.
UIC! Time for us!
Yes, I feel the pain. I feel the pain.
They are oppressing.
Good morning, Jamaica. Good morning, guys. Good morning, the world. The Queen is dead. Yes, thank God. Not my Queen. The Queen is dead. Thank God. The PNP is dead and the JLP is dying. Where do we go next?
UIC!
Jesus said, "Come unto me, all you that labor and never labour, and I will give you rest." Jesus has selected a man, independent of the other party, to lead Jamaica. I would never be a part of it if it was not spiritually join or cling to this UIC that is led by Mr. Joseph Madison. I am inspired to join him to feed the hungry. Jesus said to Peter, "Do you love me?" Peter said, "Yes, Lord." Jesus said to him, "Feed my people." He said to him, Peter, the second time, "Do you love me?" He said, "Feed my people." The third time, "Peter, do you love me?" Peter get hungry. "You know I love you, Lord." And Jesus said, "Feed my people." Andrew, the Lord is saying, feed Jamaica people. You have tried to do it, but you walk away from the presence of the Lord. And the Lord is saying to you, repent. Repent or you shall likewise perish. I'm going to tell you just as it is. I got an inspiration for the PNP that they will cease and they will be dissolved. And they are dissolved. We are not hearing about them. There's no opposition at this time. And you, the responsibility of youth is to do the will of government, or God shall remove you. He shall remove you if you do not hear what the Lord is saying. Feed my people. The country is in desperate need of food, in desperate need of lower high pricing for the items, in cleanliness, in lower murder rate. We need to remove the murder rate that is plaguing our society today, that we can advance in our production, we can advance and sleep in peace. We need to do that. God shall remove you if you do not hear the voice of the living God. Right? Thank you very much.
UIC!
All right. So what's up? Time up.
Right now, right now,
Time up.
right now,
Time up.
right now,
Time up.
right now.
Right now. Right now.
Let your voices
Miss
be
Janet,
heard.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah. Miss Janet, let me
yes,
tell
I
you
can hear you,
something.
Mr. Roman.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, and I measure everything about the UIC in with my faith, and everything fall right in line. You know what I mean? If you start with the
Absolutely.
first commandment, it said to love God first and love your fellow man as much as you love yourself. Period. Okay? And as for, of course, that, you know what that means to me? That means I'm gonna treat everybody with dignity. I'm gonna honor their individual sovereignty. Okay? And that's what the UIC stands
Yes,
for. I am going to protect my sovereignty, but at the same time, I make sure that I do not extort, defraud, take advantage of, exploit someone else's. You see what I'm talking about? And that's what the
correct.
UIC stands for.
Yes,
Equal choice.
yes, absolutely.
You know, we are here in the United States, they talk about pro-choice and pro-life. Everybody, if you want to be pro-life in Jamaica, you can. If you want to be pro-choice in Jamaica, you can. We give you that leverage. But as long as your choice does not defraud or take advantage of somebody else's. You know what I mean? That's
Absolutely.
what we
As long
truly
as
believe in.
you're not
That's a great
infringing on the rights and
fundamental
benefits of
principle.
our neighbors. Yes, yes.
Exactly.
And that is the key
And
to good governance in a country.
is their person or their property. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
everyone
I mean,
has the opportunity to advance their lives, to do whatever is necessary for them to improve themselves. Because while they're improving themselves, they're also uplifting the communities. And this is what I
of
love about
course,
the UIC movement. It starts from the bottom
exactly,
up. Leaving is everyone on board.
exactly.
Everyone coming, but there's room at the table
Everybody,
for every person. It doesn't matter your socioeconomic
yes,
background. It doesn't matter if you went to high school, if you have a college degree. It does not matter. As long as you have a passion
it does.
to live in peace with each other, to be honest with
Yes,
people, to treat
yes,
your neighbor the way you want to be treated, which is in the Bible too, right? Love your neighbor
of
as you love yourself, but treat others the way you want to be treated. We teach our children to do these things from their own. So when they're old, they will have those traits and character traits in their life so they can treat their fellow
exactly.
men with good deeds. With
And in the
good
plan
deeds.
of the
That's
in
so
the plan of the
important.
UIC, and in the plan of the UIC, it believes in the merit of integrity. You go in the community, you choose
Absolutely.
leaders that have integrity, who are from the community, who knows about the community and know the ills of the community and what the
Right.
community need. And you have to choose people from there who have the on the merit of their integrity and their ability to become good leaders rather than based on
Yeah.
the political affiliation. We don't need that. We don't need that at all. I
Absolutely.
mean,
And
it
that is
doesn't
one of
matter
the,
where.
one of
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that's one of the key things that's also destroying communities because we have politicians who don't live in the area. They don't understand the people and their needs. They just show up when it's election time. So for the
Exactly.
UIC to implement a plan to make sure that whatever community you're running in, you live in that community. You're
Exactly.
part of that candid community because you live there, you sleep there, you went to school there, you even work there. How can a person take care
Exactly.
of a community if they're in Kingston and they're
No,
running as an MP or a councillor all the way in say how can
exactly.
you keep tap of what's going on in the community? How will you
Right.
know and understand the needs of your community? I
Of
think
the
that's a
people.
good plan that the
That's a very
UIC has to make sure, yes, that the individuals who are running for office live in that community
exactly
so they know what is needed in the community and
their
how to service the people. They will
exactly.
see why are we paying for water in Jamaica? Why is there a shortage of water in Jamaica?
It is just crazy ridiculous.
Millions of people who don't have water, and when a water does show up, every once in a while they have to pay these
Exactly,
astronomical prices to get a little bit of water.
man.
Of
It's
wood and water is paying water. Does it even make
yes, it
sense?
is. That
And
doesn't really add up at
it
all.
can be fixed, but
Of
it
course.
just goes to show that the lack of accountability is also this Jamaica. There is no
Yeah, of course.
accountability among these leaders.
Exactly.
So they can do whatever they want, when they want, because they have to
Mhm.
report to. And we, the people, are the ones that they're supposed to report to. It's not the and the globalists who control the world. It's we, the people, that they're working for. But they have it twisted.
Yes.
They have it twisted. Think
Mhm.
we are working for them. No, are supposed to be working for us. And this is that the UIC will flip because the government is supposed to work for the people. And right now, the politicians and the two parties in Jamaica are working against the people. Now, I strongly believe
Absolutely.
that, in captivity, and we won't really get true freedom until God comes back for his people. However, somebody saw an order in our country.
Of,
Someone still
of course.
has to make sure that the country is run properly. And
Yes.
this is what the UIC movement is about. If we can just get their pulse, their heart rate, and just a little bitty something of the UIC, something in that 10-point plan that speaks to them, that will give them that
Yes.
hope that they're looking for, that will resurrect um, their confidence in knowing that there are people and people who want to see the country uplift itself.
Of course. And guess what? The other thing that I love about the UIC, Miss Janet, is the UIC is pragmatic, you know. Pragmatic. You see something being done somewhere else and solve the problem there. You don't have to reinvent anything here. You can just look at the model that
Yes,
they have and you can tweak it to your system and implement it and make it work
yes,
and work better. You know, and that's a
absolutely.
miracle.
Let's see. Hi guys,
That's
how are you doing?
Hello, Mr.
Hey,
Patterson.
Hi.
Mr.
We're out here in the
Patterson.
sun, making some good strides
Yeah,
Yes.
with
we
the
can
people on
see
the ground
that.
here. Our things on the
Yeah,
live. Do
Well,
you have a
we
lot of people on
we're
the live
have
doing
with you
good.
there?
people here on YouTube
Say that again.
watching and commenting, and they're encouraging you on the ground over there in Kingston. There are people watching the
Wonderful,
live,
wonderful.
and they are giving encouraging and really talking to the people. You know, people, where are you? Come on, let's go, let's go. Get on down to where the
Yeah,
UIC they're marching. Go on and
exactly.
go march for your justice, march for liberty, and march for freedom.
Yes. Good, good, good. Well, I'm very happy that you guys are able to be on the live to talk with the people while we're here on the ground. We're now heading to Slipe Road.
Well, we're hoping as you're going along, that people will join you. Just don't come here and just join the crowd.
Huh? Still going on. They're trucking it out. So June next year for one of them, and then the other one is in what now? Later on in this October in Kingston. There's two of them I have, Mandeville and Kingston. Oh, the one in Award. One here and one in Mandeville as well. But we're still going strong. The country just designed for the tourists, while the residents them are the poorest. In a city youth them malnourished. We never see a yard man from the force.
Just said to me, he says, what happened to the man in my rest? I said, see my check, I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
We
My
are
mom that day will
encouraged
be in
because Mr. Patterson, we
Crossways
know
by
that
now. Yeah.
you're doing a fantastic job.
Let's cross here instead, eh? Yeah, we better go here. All right, yes, I'm back with you now.
Mr. Patterson is one hardworking young man.
What's that
He's
again?
passionate. He returned to Jamaica. Well, I'm just giving a little background about you. You returned to Jamaica because you saw a need. You wanted to help to fix and revive Jamaica. And
Yes.
one thing that I will say, Mr. Patterson is well traveled, and what he has done is pick the bits and pieces of
Yeah,
successes from other countries.
exactly.
Not
Yes.
everything, because not everything that other countries do,
Yes.
Jamaica, but he picked the best of the bits and pieces that will fit model, the UIC model, that will bring the change that is necessary in because we
Absolutely.
just don't need don't just need to replace. We need a complete overhaul. We need a restructuring of everything, every nook and cranny of Jamaica. And this is what the UIC and this is what Mr. Patterson brings. So if everyone could just
Yes.
go to the website, visit the website, look at the 10-point plan, look at the vision and the mission of the UIC, and see if any of that resonates with you. Because it resonates with many of us. This is what many of us want. This is what has given us that little glimmer of hope that Jamaica can become a first world country, but we cannot do it under the two political, deceiving, lying parties. We can't.
can't,
No, God.
we
Can you
can't
put new
the
wine
same
in
way we've
old
been going for
wineskin?
years.
You
It
cannot
just
put
doesn't
new
make
wine
no sense.
in old
It
wineskin.
makes no
We
sense.
need new. We need new
Exactly.
wineskin. So this is what the
And they're trying to
UIC
tell
is
you
about, to bring you the hope.
exactly. Absolutely. That's all right. You know, they did it in Singapore, you know. They came to Jamaica and into other countries and they adapt when they were doing over their system.
Yes,
We can do it too. You know what I mean?
yes,
We can.
absolutely. And
And we
what we
can
need
get
to do is to
Jamaica
stop
better.
fighting against each other and come together for a common cause. You know, that's one of the problems.
Period.
We're so divided.
Period.
We're too divided. We need to come
Period.
together. You know, all our ideas may
They
not
thrive off that
necessarily
in Miss
work.
Janet. Miss Janet, they thrive off division, you know. That's how they survive, you know,
Yes,
division. You only can survive by division,
yes,
you know that, right? That's the only way they survive, by dividing.
My choice.
That's it.
My choice.
They survive by dividing. We want to live by uniting. How about that, Miss Janet?
absolutely. Which is why it will be one republic, not a two-party
Let us say this.
system and republic.
Yeah, yeah. Douglas, listen. They survive by dividing. We will live by uniting.
Real change now.
How about that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the only way we can move forward.
Yes.
The division holds back. The division zap our
Good
energy.
governance now.
And that's what they want to see. They want to see
Good
the division.
governance
But we're
now.
here to show that
Good
we can bridge
governance
the
now.
gap and bring people
Good
together.
governance now.
We may not necessarily agree on
Good
everything,
governance now.
but what we agree on is for the
Good
whole
governance
of
now.
the country is to bring together. We have to take our egos out of the way. We have to take our agendas out of the way, and we have to look at the big picture. How is this going to benefit us? Overall,
Stronger
I
together.
we have to look at it.
My choice. My choice. My choice. My choice. Peg wages now.
No more inflation.
Peg wages now.
No more inflation.
Peg wages now.
No more inflation. Peg wages no. No more inflation. Peg
Yes.
wages no. No more inflation.
Peg wages now.
No more inflation.
Peg wages now. Peg wages now.
And so they're on their way now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I'm sure that there will be people at the location that they're heading. So could you give us an update, Mr. Douglas, where you guys are heading now? And are there people at that location already waiting for you guys to get there?
We're heading to Emancipation Park now. You guys hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, we're hearing you.
So we're heading to Emancipation Park. We're along Slipe Road. We should have gone up Moresco Road but that road is pretty much empty. We wanted to go along the routes that had the most traffic, so we could get more eyes.
Okay.
So that's why we chose to come on
Yes.
Slipe Road. So we're heading up Slipe Road, through Crossroads, onto Halfway Tree Road, and then up Halfway Tree Road to Emancipation Park. So right now we're on Slipe Road, bottom part of Slipe Road, heading up to Crossroads.
Awesome. What
Miss Janet,
type of reaction are you getting from people as they are passing?
Are you hearing Douglas? You hear that question?
That's him right there. I think that's him.
That's it.
Yes. Douglas, are you hearing us? Are you hearing us? I think well, you're still on the camera,
You're
so we
calling me,
haven't lost you, but we're not
is
hearing
that it?
you. Yes, I was
Yeah,
asking,
she's asking you
what
a
type
question.
of reaction are you getting from people as you're passing?
I didn't hear the first part.
What type of reaction are you
She's
getting from
asking what
people as
reaction.
you're passing them?
Oh, there a lot of people are looking. They're asking. So we have flyers. We're handing out flyers. We can't really stop too long to talk with them, but a lot
Awesome.
of people are looking at what's happening. In fact, when we were passing Wilma's boys and Wilma's girls, the girls' school, a lot of the students came out of the classes and were cheering for us as we were walking past Wilma's girls.
Oh, that's awesome. That's the people, these people, yes.
Can't hear you guys.
And I think that's what it is. I think if we can just get the word out there a little bit more, we have to come up with
Oh
the
yeah,
ideas.
definitely.
Well, we have the ideas. We need more manpower. We need more people on board. We need people to come out in the
Absolutely.
communities to come on board and help. We need a lot of volunteers, people. It's not a handful of people. We need a lot of. And people come in the lives
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
they do this and do that and do the other. Guess what? Can you,
Yeah.
who, the ones of you who are giving us the ideas, can you come on board and help implement those ideas? Because we really, really need help. You need help, lots of hands on deck.
Absolutely.
The people in the United States, they're helping as much as they can, but we need the people on the ground here in Jamaica. And I know it is very difficult transportation to get around
Yeah.
because while I was visiting, it's like wow, it takes forever to go from one place to the other. You have to wait for the taxi, and it is a big challenge. But if you have the passion to help
Yes.
and assist, where there's a will, there's a way,
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
and so we have to keep
We need
this in
to
mind.
definitely get more people on board, and that's why we're asking for support from the
Yes,
diaspora. The more eyes we get, is the more people that will want to reach out, donate, and also volunteer. We need money and we need people. Those are the two
yes,
things we need. And the
we need
more we have,
volunteers,
the more
and
money we have, and the more
volunteers
people we have, the more we're able to make an impact.
to do more. Yes, absolutely,
So
that is so correct.
we're still on Slap Road.
And
We're heading up to, we're going to be passing courts
when
real
Mr.
soon.
Patterson got arrested last year, yes,
Not hearing
it
you,
was meant to be a
Janet.
bad thing, but it really opened up the doors for the UIC to be exposed to more people. That was the only time that the media paid attention to the UIC. But it ended up being a great thing
Yes.
because
No,
now
no.
imagine
Check,
third
Marika.
official registered party, and they didn't even make an announcement about it in the papers. Do we have to wonder why? Do we have to wonder why? We know why. They do not want to know that there's another choice. They want to keep
John,
us
let me ask you a
depressed
question.
and in
Let,
bondage. But we
let,
say
let me,
enough is enough.
Miss Janet, can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. What about those independent journalists? You don't have independent journalists out there anymore.
No, not anymore. They're
What
all
about
Wow.
those
either bought
independent
out
journalists?
or
Huh?
they are no independent. Hardly any. There's one particular lady, forgot her name, but she's kind of kept out of the media as well. She has her own media company, but you don't really hear much from her unless you're following her media company. You won't hear much from her or about her. So
Wow.
a lot of the media right now, I mean, they're owned by the people that own the PSOJ, right? Or the PSOJ
Right.
owns, these different companies. So a lot of them aren't really willing and open to share the UIC or the policies of the UIC on their in either on in the newspaper or on the TV or on the radio. There's actually last week, Mr. I forgot his name, but anyway, a guy from NDM. So the Gleaner went out and got. Let me turn the camera around so you guys can see my face.
But the NDM is not a functioning party.
Right, that's the point. So the Gleaner. So recently,
Exactly.
there's been this thing happening in Jamaica about gun laws and who should be allowed to have guns, etc. And the UIC's policy is
Right.
anyone should be able to have a gun registered legally as long as you meet certain requirements. So we've allowed, we're about opening things up, right?
Right.
So there has been a particular minister that has now come out and basically saying the same things we are saying. And then the Gleaner
Right.
went to the NDM, which is a now defunct,
Come on now.
non-registered party. They're no longer registered and they're no longer in operation. And they went to the NDM to find out their position on the gun rights issue. So it just goes to
Right.
show you how, as Mr. Patterson. Oh, yeah, it just goes to show you the lengths to which the Gleaner or the media houses will go to keep the UIC out of the picture. If they're able or they're willing to go to a defunct
Yes.
political party to get their view, why can't they go
John, is
to
is
the
unity
UIC?
divisive? Is uniting the people so divisive? Is allowing equal
To
choice
be,
so divisive? All the policies of the UIC are they so divisive? Are they so out of touch with the people? I mean, what do they see? Why are they so intimidated by the UIC? Can you
because
answer
the
that
UIC
question?
is transparent, the UIC is accountable, and the UIC is bringing an action, and that's why they want to keep us oppressed. They want to keep us in bondage. They don't want us internalized in our communities. They want to keep us the way we are so that they can continue to control us because we have the higher level ups that are actually controlling us as well. So they have to do what they are told to keep us in bondage.
Yeah.
So that is why they do not want to expose the UIC to the world, because they know that the people are going to flock to the UIC because the UIC has what the people need. The UIC has what they need to uplift themselves.
Stronger together.
The UIC has what needs that needs to be rebuilt so that all the people who left Jamaica to go to foreign countries and come back home.
Exactly.
So they're doing everything in their power to keep
Because
the lid down on the UIC, but it will not stay down. It will rise up
UIC
every
believe
time they try to keep us
Stronger together.
here to stay. We're not going
absolutely. We believe in removing the embargo from the diaspora or from residents. Remove that embargo, remove all those duties, make things easier for them. They don't like that because it reduces their corruption. You know what I mean?
People will come on board, and I think a lot of people are afraid to come out. That's really what it is. They're afraid because of the history of politics in Jamaica, and that's the reality. And so, but we cannot allow fear to cripple us. We
No.
cannot allow fear to cripple us. We have to rise above that and up. We need our freedom, we need our liberty, and we need our rights.
What
If
we
we
need to do
don't do those three
is
areas,
encourage those people who are touched by our message to go over to the next street and find somebody on the other party and tell them about it and say, listen, this party can bring us together, you know, man. Let's hold hands and go over there and join the party. I think that we need to do that, you know, because
and we
that makes it
need
so
people
much
to
relevant.
become counselors, run for counselors in their communities. We really, really need that big time. We need more volunteers. We need people to run efforts. We need that. So reach out to family members. Those who here are complaining that they don't like this, that, and the other, and want to change. This is the change. We are bringing you change.
Yes.
Respond to the change that we're bringing. This is the change that's needed to move forward. 28 years of what? We're going backwards. 10 to 8 years? Man, that's a long time to be oppressed and be in bondage. It's time for and take back our country. This is our country. They treat strangers and visitors better than they treat their own people.
And that is such a bad
Isn't
tradition.
that a shame?
It's a horrible
That is such
tradition.
a
And this is
shame.
something that's been happening for many years. It's been something that's happening many years. And Mr. Patterson saw it. And he said, okay, let's clean up Jamaica, make Jamaica welcoming to us first. Make us Jamaica proud to be here, proud to use up the resources here, and invite others on. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? I mean, everybody would love to go home to a clean home. Everybody, all of us want to go home to a clean house, right? So why can't we clean up our own? And if they did it in Rwanda, things were so divisive and you have so many different tribes, we can get our tribes together in Jamaica, and you know what I mean? People who perceive their tribe.
That a lot of work went into planning for this event. When I say a lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of dollars to get more on board. Organizations were contacted to get people to come and participate. So the word is getting out. People are slowly but surely coming. Some faster than others. Some are saying, let me wait. Let me wait and see. Let me wait and see how go on. Some people are waiting for that, but we can't wait. We have to say, you know what? I see what they're doing. Let me come on board. Why are we at top? Why are we at top? For real? Why are we at top? You have to just come on board. A few people. Many hands make like what?
Yes.
We have to come board. We can't just talk. We have to walk the walk.
All right.
Absolutely.
We have to gather here and talk. We've been here 8 years. Where did it talk? Nowhere.
Mr.
We're still the same.
Mr. Patterson about to talk.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Patterson is
Let's
about
see
to
what
talk.
Mr. President has to say.
Yeah, he's about to talk. Yeah.
We can get him higher, you know, in some form of...
Yeah, we need a louder megaphone.
Yeah.
Good governance now. Good governance now.
Good governance now! Good governance now! Good governance now! Good governance now!
Right now! Right now! Right now!
Enough is enough.
Good governance now!
prime moment to do
I'm looking at some of the comments, and they have great
Can you see
ideas
the
in the comments. Here's what's needed. We need volunteers, dollars. The ideas are
yeah,
fabulous. I like that word, fabulous. But we cannot move forward without volunteers. So if we want to go into
yes,
communities and get people to some of these events, it needs volunteers to help organize it, and we need dollars to get the transportation. Many of us have
yes,
donated money towards transportation,
We have allowed 2 gangs to
and
continue
so
yes.
we need more. That's it, people. It's two
gangs for too long.
volunteers. Without those two areas, the UIC hands are tied. The few of us can only do so much. We really people on board. So
Yes, we
thank you
have
for all
to.
your ideas and thank you for your suggestions. And I know that some of those suggestions are from people in overseas areas. So get in touch with your family and friends here in Jamaica and tell them about the UIC and say we need volunteers. If they want to see change, they have to become a part of that change. We can't just sit back, do this, do this, do that, but we don't have the people to implement those ideas. Mr. Patterson can only do so much. The staff can only do so much. The few volunteers can only do so much. We need more. The other two parties, they have no volunteers. They have a
Of
ton of
course.
volunteers. Yeah, we don't have the freebies to give away right now, but guess what? What we have in place will not give you a fish for a day. You fish in line so you can have for the rest of your life. That's what the
Absolutely.
UIC is bringing, not a handout,
Absolutely.
but a hand up to lift up and bring you out of the poverty, the oppressive bondage that we've been under for all these years. So come on, people, come on
Exactly.
up, come on in droves. Everyone out of the community, let's go. It's time. It's overdue. Enough is enough.
Absolutely.
Now, there's some people who don't want the team. They like the bad road. They like the dirty country. They like the fact that they can't get the job. They like the poverty. But those of us who want change have to get up and stand up and fight for that change. It's time for us to get up off our lazy behind and fight for that change. It's time for us to say enough is enough. Let's stop allowing 63 men and women to rob us day after day after day after day. All right? Now there's a text in the Bible. That's the way it goes. When you go to a town and you try to inform the people, they don't want to hear where it was. Knock off the dust off your shoes and keep going. You understand? So people, the time has come for us to wake up. John the Baptist, Paul trying to come for us here and support the Messiah come. Well, we are doing one better. We're calling you to be your own Messiah. You to get up and to do more than wait for somebody to come and save you. It's time for us to save ourselves. You understand? It's time for us to save ourselves. All right, so let's go. One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
Stronger together. Stronger together. Stronger together.
Looks like people are joining them. Hello, people are joining the
So we're
caravan.
walking,
The foot caravan,
walking from
the foot
Crossroads.
traffic caravan. Yes,
Yeah, so we're
it's
heading
time.
towards half
It's time for us
half
to
a
wake
tree
up.
now. Not half a tree, Emancipation Park.
Half a tree, okay.
We're heading towards
Wow, y'all getting
Emancipation
your
Park now.
exercise today. Okay, awesome. And I can imagine the heat. So we truly appreciate the sacrifices that the leaders are making and the people who are joining and assisting with this. We truly appreciate the sacrifice. We appreciate that you're willing to go out in the heat because I know it's hot. I'm in my house and I'm sweating. So I know it's hot out there. So we appreciate all that you're doing to bring this message of hope and restoration to the people. I refer to Mr. Patterson as the modern day Moses because he truly is the modern day Moses. He truly is the modern day Joshua and Caleb. He is not seeing the giants. He is seeing that we can overcome the giant, just like the three Hebrew boys did. We can overcome the giants. We want change. We have to come on board with the UIC. This is our only option right now. This is the only glimmer of hope we have right now, because the other two parties, they have shown us their true colors for the last 78 years. Nothing different, the same. And don't we have a saying, you can't expect change and keep the same thing over and over again. Change, you got to make the change happen. So why would we continue to vote them in and out? One party, one term, next. No. That rubbish has to stop. It's time for us to say enough. We want good governance. Now you cannot produce it, because honestly, how two corrupted parties can ever produce good? You can't get good out of corruption. Absolutely not, because then it's like a sore and you're just going to put a band-aid over it and no, that won't work. So we need a clean slate. We need an whoops, you're there, but Mr. Romans, we need a clean slate. We need new wine skins to new wine in. Continue to operate. Jamaica cannot continue to operate the way it has been operated to have any difference. It won't happen. It's not going to happen. Okay, so Douglas, let me see.
Man. I'm seeing the thing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, yeah, I see him now. Well, we still have that steady 100 people watching.
Screen. He's focusing his screen on March. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I'm you, Mr. Rome. Yes, I'm here.
Can you hear me?
I am hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Very clearly. Very clearly. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I was praying that my internet will, because this is one of the things that I miss about the USA. The internet here stinks.
Where
I just grin and
in the USA do you stay? Where do you stay in the USA?
Chicago. Well, a suburb of Chicago. Up north, about an hour out of Chicago, between Milwaukee and Chicago. If you ever heard of Six Flags Great America, okay. I'm literally 10 minutes away from Six Flags Great America. Yeah.
Okay. I'm down here just outside of, well, between Houston and San Antonio, but close to Houston.
How did I get on this? Okay. Oh, the live is saying only see me and hear me. They're not Mr. Roman. So let's see what's going on over in the studio. Well, I'm looking at the studio shot. Now I see you. Okay. Let's make screen on.
Yeah.
YouTube. Okay, now you.
So how did you hear about UIC? Can you hear me?
All right, guys. So we stopped to wait for some people at the back.
I just have to,
So we're
I
moving.
live on Facebook, or used to live on Facebook.
Here is our brand new town car. Spotty seats in the car. So we're heading up. What is this now? Old Hope Road. We're heading to Emancipation Park. I'm not sure. I thought we were going up Halfway Tree Road, but we're heading up Old Hope Road. So we may turn onto Oxford Road and then so we may turn onto Oxford Road and head to Emancipation from that side. But a lot of people are, stopping and looking in their cars. A lot of people on the road. There are some people that are saying, Jamaican people love JLP and PNP. Nothing can change. But more people are actually open to the movement and something new. And so we've been giving out a lot of flyers.
Yes.
Getting a lot of contacts with people.
Yes.
Yeah, so heading up. Real change now. Real change now. All right. Yes, guys. So I don't know if you can hear me. I'm hardly hearing you because the town car is moving with us as we walk. And then, of course, we have the chanters. And so it's hard for me to hear you guys on the live. I'm not sure what's happening in the comment section. It's hard to see because I'm in the sun, so the phone is it's hard to see the comments. But hopefully you guys are enjoying the live. Please remember to like and share. Share with as many people as possible. Tell them to come on. We'll be on live until 4 o'clock Jamaican time. So we're heading to Emancipation Park now. And after that, we're going to take a 20 minutes rest. I'm sure that we're going to have some speakers there. And then from there, we're going to head to Halfway Tree in that Mandela Park. And we're going to have a rally when we get there. We'll have some performances by a couple of artists. So we're trying to make it as interactive and interesting as possible to get people out. As I said, a lot of people are looking. So let me turn the camera around. So you have a lot of people that are stopping and watching what's happening. Of course, when you see a sea of blue, it's hard to not stop and look at what's happening. And with people holding up placards, it also draws attention. So, and then of course the bullhorns, the chanting. There are a lot of people that are looking and are interested in what's happening. right, guys. So I'm gonna tune out now. Well, not tune out. I'll just mute my mic. You guys can carry on the conversation. I don't know if you guys spoke about the 10-point plan that we have, and I don't know if you have access to it, but one of the major points in our 10-point plan is to have police service and a defense service, not a police force or defense force. And we're happy today that the police has actually been circling us basically. When we were downtown, they were driving alongside to see if we were all right. I guess to check if we were blocking roads or etc. But they've really given us the leeway to do what we really want to do. And we've been, of course, we've been following the rules and guidelines, staying on the sidewalk, trying to walk single file as much as possible. When we do stop on the side of the road, we're not staying in the road, so we're allowing the free flow of traffic. The town car that is going ahead and driving alongside us is driving to the side. It's allowing traffic to pass, so we're not blocking traffic, blocking road. So we're all about a peaceful demonstration here, and people are coming out and looking at what's happening. So I'm gonna mute. You're just gonna be seeing scenes as I walk along the road, and I'll be muting unless Mr. Patterson stops somewhere and talks. But from now until Emancipation Park, I'll be muting until Emancipation Park.
Okay.
All right, guys.
So, Miss Janet, can you hear me? Miss Janet? Hello?
I think she's muted.
Miss Janet?
Oh, she's coming on now.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Miss Janet? Hello?
Oh my God, yeah, I know.
Janet? Hello? Hello, Janet?
Just carry on, Keith, until she comes on. Maybe she may be having some internet difficulties.
Right. Okay. So talking about the 10-point plan, I don't have the access right here with me, but I can remember a couple of things. The plans talk about having a police service, having an orderly, well organized and well respected service. Unfortunately, we have some of the security that are a bit misled. For the most part, they're good people. We just need to get more on board, and I'm sure that is going to be very great with the UIC having a police service, so people will know that they are to work in integration with the communities to keep the community safe, with a free exchange of information. Unfortunately, there's a culture debunk, so to speak, in the sense that people don't like to divulge information, and it's kind of well established, and I can understand why, but this is something that we'll definitely have to find a way to get rid of, so that we can have a free flow of information. There are certain countries that have it well established, well organized, where people are in direct contact with the police, and they are there to address any suspicious happening or anything that is drawn to their attention. And that is something that for any country that is progressive at all, has the betterment of the people in mind. It is just important that the police need to be a service to us. Likewise, the military offer their services of protecting their nation in every way. And of course, if we know that we have a big issue with guns, the military would address that, and that would be the strategy. Of course, and our plan, and the UIC has a plan how to deal with guns, and they are, it is very, very clear, and they have no problem with people who are legitimate owners to hold guns, and that all comes with certain responsibility, for sure. And of course, it comes with the understanding that there are certain boundaries that we all have to live in. And of course, for the others who are outlaws, then they will have to face the consequence of not turning in their guns, because there have to be order in our nation. And we need to in a very organized way, rather than a type chaka chaka way like we're used to. So that is going to be good. The starting in the communities. The plan is to make sure that at community level are and elected based on their ability, based on their ability to become leaders, in their recommendation of others who have seen them and see who they are and know that these people mean their communities good. Those are the people who will be recommended and who will be nominated and subsequently run to become elected as MPs or as councillors. And that's what we believe in. The other thing that the UIC believes in: education, 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 education. So what they will do for those people who are becoming councillors and MPs, have a system of training. Train these people how to become, leaders, and have certain guidelines so that they go by those guidelines, and they will learn their responsibilities. They will know what they need to do to become effective leaders in their communities. They know the issues that address, and of course, all of that is going to be a part of the plan. The other part of the plan is that at each level, they are going to be independent of the other levels. The MPs are going to be independent of the senators. They are all elected separately. You have the upper house and the lower house. Then you have the 3 vice presidents who are all elected separately. They have their responsibilities. And of course, our president. Now, the thing about it is that is going to allow for true check and balances, in the sense that people will know their role, and people will stick to their roles. And of course, they will make sure that they cater to their folks, make sure they take care of their community. In that case, then it is very clear who you're responsible for. The checks and balances will also be very clear there. No ministers of government are going to be are going to be MPs or senators. That is something that really caused a lot of crazy corruption in the past. So people are going to be subject matter experts, people who are well-trained, people who know the jobs that they're coming in, who will be accountable for their position, who will be updating the people systematically and the work that they're doing. But even before that, they're going to be bringing to the table in front of the nation what they will bring to their respective assignments or their ministries. And based on that, they're going to follow a path to make sure that they make sure that Jamaica is well served and their ministries are well addressed, the issues in their ministries. So that's very clear, very straightforward. Those are some of the things that the UIC stand for. and that they have, indicated that they would be doing whenever they get in office. And what's wrong with those things? What's so intimidating about that? I can't quite understand. I cannot understand why the media is stifling this UIC. But I think ultimately it's going to work against the media, because when the people find out that the UIC is being stifled with all of these great plans, the people are going to react. And that's going to blow up the UIC. It's definitely going to blow up the UIC. There's a young man here that said check and balances did work in America. Why should we trust you? Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. Right now, whatever we have in place is just not working. And what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose by adapting UIC is bringing forward? And the way we will be doing check and balances is not even going to be like the way they do it in America. It's going to be better, because what the UIC believe in is looking at the models from other countries and see how we make it better than the way they do it. In America, there are a lot of deals with the check and balances here. Things could have been done better. Of course, the UIC is for a change. I'm looking at Derek is saying here. Let me see what he was saying here. Anthony is saying check. Okay, he was talking about check and balances. How is Bruce is in Oklahoma. Big up, Bruce. He's on his lunch break and we're very proud of being a part of the UIC. Bruce, we just love you, man, and let's get together in the diaspora. Let's bring more Doran together. And right now I'm in the diaspora, and I'm appealing to others where we're going to be having a diaspora group on WhatsApp, and we're going to be setting up more diaspora groups that we can get together, have more input, put our ideas together. That's one of the things that the UIC believe in. The UIC believe in inclusivity, in the sense that wherever they are in the world, and all together, because we have so much to bring to the table. We have to offer to making Jamaica better. There are a lot of people who, for example, we can borrow a little bit of this from the Jews, from the people of Israel. People from all over the world flow back into Israel and bring all of their resources, and they are doing so well. We just want to encourage more Jamaicans who have been exiles abroad. We said economic exiles, like myself and many others, to look at how we can bring resources back to our country and make Jamaica the best country in the Caribbean. That's the goal of the UIC. We can make Jamaica the best country in the Caribbean, and it doesn't matter what color you are, what affiliation you have. We welcome you all. We welcome every Jamaicans. In fact, we welcome other people who want to come and join the happy gang of being Jamaican. Just come, and just like people come to the United States and decide to settle, people come with resources and with ideas to make the country great. Man, we welcome that too, and we treat every one of the things that Jamaica, the UIC believes in, is individual sovereignty, and we believe in equal choice. Equal choice, as long as your choice does not exploit or intrude or extort. We don't like people who try to extort or use fraud to take advantage of someone else's. That's when we believe that the authorities should come in to protect that person. Likewise, if you have someone doing the same to you. And I think I like that. Under the UIC plan, is equal choice is not pro-right, pro-life, pro-choice. You can be pro-life and you can be pro-choice in under the UIC. plan because we respect every individual choices. If you have a choice, that's your choice, and as long as your choice does not take advantage or exploit someone else's, keep your choice. That's your choice. I mean, we respect that because we do respect individual sufferance.
All right, Keith, we are about to walk into
Yes.
Emancipation Park.
Okay.
So we'll,
That sounds good. I'm not hearing
when
from
Mr.
I'm not
Patterson,
hearing from Janet. I'm not sure if she's on.
oh, she may have dropped out,
Right.
or maybe she's having internet issues. I see her on, but maybe she's having internet issues.
There.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
so
trying to
she's trying
get
to
back
come
on. I
on.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can see that.
yeah.
It looks like she's having bad
But
internet problem.
When Mr. Patterson starts
And
speaking,
they're
I'll bring you
asking,
guys.
they're asking on the um
Go ahead. Go
Douglas.
ahead.
There's someone
Yes.
asking on the chat. How's the walk going?
So far, it's going well.
Someone.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, very clearly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said the walk
So far,
is going well. You're meeting a lot
yeah.
of
So
people
far, we're
who
getting a
are
lot of
expressing
people
interest.
who are. Yes, we're getting quite a few people that are expressing interest. Um, as with anything,
Yes.
you're gonna have some people that are that don't want to
To
don't
change.
believe in
That's
the
fine.
UIC or don't want to change. But most
Right.
people, I would say, most people are
Yes.
open to what is happening. A lot of people are, because of the signs and the chanting, a lot of them are looking at what's happening. So we're here now
Yes.
in Emancipation Park. Um,
Good.
so let's look at some of our placards that we have.
Washroom is over there. Take your washroom break.
So we're taking a break here. Yeah, so we are definitely getting eyes, which is part of the reason we're doing this. But we also want
Yes.
people to galvanize around the afternoon. Huh? This is a walk for good governance from the UIC.
There's a comment. There's a comment in here from Tyrone Brooks. UIC, please tell the people in Jamaica, people how to value themselves. We are encouraging them to do that.
Up to Emancipation Park. So they're stopping here. Huh?
Yeah.
No, sorry. Mandela
You're
Park.
asking.
Yeah, so we're stopping here. Yeah. Yeah, man. We're not going to be here for any length of
Douglas.
time. Yeah, man. Yes, yes.
Hey, Douglas.
No, don't.
Somebody was asking about the march. Somebody on the live is asking about the march. They said they are not seeing the march.
Oh, they're not seeing the march.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, well done. You're gone?
Lindy Williams is saying, I would want to know what the media is going to say or do when they wake up one day and finds out that the UIC is the new government of Jamaica, to the way they too are trying to suppress the UIC. Because I truly believe that that will eventually happen, because people are going to get suspicious that the media is just intentionally suppressing the UIC. They had a march, they passed the company, and I'm sure they're passing by the media houses. So I'm sure that they should at least know there was a march outside of their door. So let's see what they say about that. And that is just going to show what they think of us.
Yeah, 100%. Let me see if I can. Now that we're here and kind of stopped, let me see if I can go through some
Well,
comments.
yeah, yeah. I see a very interesting question here.
Yeah.
You know, Douglas, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
It's Anthony, Steve, and there, Atlas Lewis. It's a great question. If you have 10 women who want to marry you, why should the government be able to stop you? UIC, any answer to this? Well, question. That is something that I would not speak for the UIC. This is that. The woman want to marry you, and you're unmarried, and it is something agreed on by both of you. I don't know. It might, as long as you're not exploiting or defrauding anyone else, or you're not taking advantage. It's an equal choice and you're kind of a little suspicious that you're gonna have 10 women to agree to marry you, but that's something that is food for thought, there, Derek. Anthony. Yeah. I can't wait to see what. Yeah, we're putting together a group together, or a number of groups in fact, in the diaspora. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. They're saying they're not seeing the video. Oh, I know what's happening.
They're not
There you go. They should be able to see now.
Yeah, they see those people sitting on the lawn, right?
So we're now sitting down on the grass. Just relaxing.
Okay. Let me ask a question, Douglas. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
When our island-wide recruiter, what is her name?
Say it again. When our island-wide what?
Our recruiting what's her name? The lady that is in charge of recruiting for the UIC.
Oh, Carlene.
Miss Carlene. Miss Carlene was on the street the other day with a mic, and she was very clear. It was very clear when she was out interviewing people. Why couldn't we repeat using the same format to present on these lives?
Yes, that is the plan. To
come in, join the circle. You're welcome. Don't be afraid. We're not going back.
Yeah, because she was out with the mic and the picture was very clear. Yeah. There was a camera taking her. I mean, I thought we would have something like this for today. Why didn't we have that for today?
The wife question was not a joke. There are yes, I can hear you.
Huh?
There are many things that two free individuals may agree on, but the government outright prohibits or regulates. Why is the government allowed to do this? What are you guys doing sitting on the downtown? We're just coming from downtown, Javon.
Alright.
So we walk from downtown up to Emancipation Park. Mr. Patterson is speaking now. I hope you guys can hear.
Send them over to me now. We're gathered.
Davion Brown said, try to get as much bloggers in the march, like Unstoppable TV and LA Lewis. The people will listen to them. Well, that's a good idea.
Mr. Patterson is speaking. I don't know if you guys are hearing.
Yes. Get with
Yeah,
it.
it's a little far, but you know, we're here.
You know why over
All
here?
right, I'm gonna try to go closer.
Jamaican looks up because
Yeah, if you
over
can
here
go closer, that
right across from the Pegasus. Over here, so is right across from those for the rest of it. But when the UIC is elected, this is how all of Jamaica is going to look and even better.
Anthony. Okay, yeah, Mr. Pattis is talking right now. I'm gonna talk a little bit about your question there on the why.
Satisfy our people
Yeah,
before we satisfy yours. So,
Can you hear me now,
tourists, we love
Mr. Romans?
we respect the tourists, we welcome the
very
tourists,
clearly. Thank
but
you.
we
Hear me.
put Jamaica first. And if we put
Yes,
Jamaica first, then
Can
all the
you
tourists
hear
will
me?
come
I
here,
figured out what I
enjoy a
needed
lovely
to do.
Jamaica.
I was not in the
So,
room.
for 78 years, we have put up with this segregation.
I was a
That's
person,
great.
so I had to
For
figure it out
78
myself.
years, we have put up with this separation.
There was a little
For
button that I needed
78
to
I'm
years, we have
glad
put
click,
you
up
so
with
keep.
I
this
just clicked on it.
discrimination.
That's
I'm
why you
glad
weren't
you,
hearing me
I
before.
man say, it's time up.
Miss Janet.
Right, bro?
I have some
It's time up.
questions to ask
It's
you when
time
Mr.
for us to
Pattis is
unite
finished.
Jamaican
Some
people.
questions that
It's time for us to have
came up on
one
the live.
Jamaica.
I want to ask
It's
one.
time
Yes,
for us to have a
I
clean
was seeing the
Jamaica,
question. I
a
can
beautiful Jamaica, from Montego Bay
Right.
to St.
When
Thomas,
Mr.
to
Pattis is
the
finished.
why
Portsmouth, to St.
question
John,
is a
from
biggie.
St. Catherine to
Yes.
Bombay, from
Yes,
Spanish
we'll
Town
talk when Mr.
to
Pattis is
Backwall,
through.
from Santa Cruz to Sablamar. You understand me? All of Jamaica must look like New Kingston and better. All of Jamaica must look like New Kingston and better. And so this is a one more reminder of what is wrong with our country. It's a lovely place, you know, but it's a reminder of what's wrong with our country. Right now, if you go to some part of Jamaica, and I'm not talking anywhere far, there are people living in dilapidated conditions. Their houses are falling apart around them. The bathroom is inhabitable. Not even dogs should use such a bathroom. There's some people who have no kitchen. They have no decent bedroom. There's some people the roof of falls around them. There's some people can sit through the wall because the wall is bored and it's rotting away. This is how they have the vast majority of the Jamaican people living in separation. While some, like our Prime Minister, is living in opulence. Some who spend their entire life in politics are living in opulence. And hard-working Jamaicans can't afford to eke out a decent living in this country. What does that tell you? It tells me that it's time for us to rise up like Paul Bogle. It tells me that it's time for us to rise up like Sam Sharp. Because we have put up with this thing too long. Far too long. And the longer we put up with it, is the worse it gets. The more we allow it, is the more advantage they take of us. Can you imagine? Them taking us such fools that they want us to spend 12 days mourning for somebody who enslaved our ancestors. Yes. Somebody who has spent 96 years enjoying the fruits of slavery, the fruits of oppression, the fruits of imperialism, the fruits of colonialism. She has lived that for 96 years. She born with a gold spoon of African blood in her mouth. Yes. You understand? And she has sucked on that spoon and sucked on that spoon and sucked on that spoon for 96 years. And then we have a black prime minister telling us we must mourn for 12 days. What a sick mental condition that man is in. What a mental destruction that is for you to tell a people who have suffered. Look at our schools today. Look at our schools, how bad they are. Look at our communities, and you're going to tell me I must mourn. But here what we must mourn for. We must mourn for the condition of our people. We must mourn for the condition of our country. We must
So
mourn
right.
for the loss of the black man, of his identity. We must mourn because we don't know our name. We name Williams, we name Patterson, we name Brown. I know that's our name. Yes, sir. But we don't know our name. We don't know where we're from. We don't know our ancestors. We can't trace our bloodline clearly. I said we come from this part of the glorious land of Africa. Instead, them teach us to hate ourselves, calling ourselves Negroes and niggers and dogs. What a sick thing we've allowed these people to do to us, and then we worship them. We invite them to our country and we spread red carpet and tell them to come and walk on the red carpet while our little picnic push them hand through a fence to touch their white flesh. We don't have nothing against white people, but we have something against fool black people. We have something against us losing our mind because we are no less than anybody else. Now, I don't believe in black supremacy, but I certainly don't believe in white supremacy either. I believe in humanity. We must love one another. But if a man try to push you down, you must push back and push back hard. You must not allow yourself to be oppressed or depressed because another man thinks he's better than you. You must show him that you is no less than any other man. And no man is any greater than any other man. That's why the
Call
UIC
Ramirez,
believes in
Marlene
equality. Not
Ramirez.
equality in the sense of we want to be equal. We want to have laws that treat us equal.
Yes,
We want to have
Colleen.
just
Yeah,
laws.
she's a
You
strong
understand?
woman. Very
Laws
good
which
people.
respect our individual sovereignty. Laws that says your life, your liberty, and your property belongs to you and not another man. And no one has the right to use force or fraud to take what belongs to you, even if that man is elected by the people of Jamaica. No man must have the right to tell you what medication you must take into your body.
I think
No
Mr.
man is
Patterson
ever
just
allowed to
answered the
tell you that
question
you
right
can't
there
go out
about
smoking.
the question that the guy was asking
No
about
man
the
can ever tell you
wives.
that you must wear a
But we'll
mask
talk about it
because
later.
incessor.
All right?
A
You, Miss
mask
Janet?
because incessor. Because his white colonial
Yes.
masters tell him that he must tell
Can
you
you
to
hear
wear a
me?
mask and tell you to wear a mask.
I'm hearing you now.
Because his white
Did you
oppressor
hear
tell
me?
him that he must lock you down, he lock you down. Because his
Okay,
white
so that's
oppressor says
Yes. Are
if
you
you must
hearing
go
question.
into
me?
your bed
That's something that
by
would
7 o'clock or 6 o'clock, you
be
must sleep.
implemented in
No,
the
no, no.
Constitution
We know better than that.
guidelines
And
along
we must never allow that to
those
happen again.
areas. So
We must
even though
never, ever
everyone
allow
has
that to happen
the
again.
right to choose what,
And
as long
so,
as they're not infringing
God,
rights
our God,
and benefits of
whoever you
others,
know him to be,
the
whether it's your
Constitution
Muslim God,
will provide
or your
guidelines
Christian God,
so
or your
that
Rastafari
certain
God,
things would not be
or your
happening.
atheist no God,
Certain activities,
God, the creator of
example
heaven
of
and
one of the
earth, has
activities
given you a mind
happening
and a
where one
brain
would
to
have
think,
10
to
wives.
reason.
That would have to be guidelines
That's
in
why
the
we have a brain, you know,
Constitution that would
to think and to reason
take care
and to
of some
make
of
our
those
own
type of
choices.
issues
But no
so
man
that
must
it
ever
wouldn't be
again have
Yes.
the power
vague
to dictate to you
where
what
somebody
to
wouldn't
read or
understand
listen
it. It
to.
would be
Instead,
very
we can learn
straightforward,
about the natural earth.
Right.
and so
We can
people
learn
would be
about
able
the
to
land,
work around
the plants
it,
that
But
God has
so
given
to
us.
speak.
We
So
can
people
learn
go
yeah,
online,
the
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 conflict there.
trees,
Constitution
the
that
plants,
the
or the animals of
UIC is going
nature
to be
that we
implemented
can
there
use to do our
online,
own things
and
and
I
heal
can't
ourselves.
recall if
We don't
that
have to wait for
specific
a drug
area
produced
Miss
in a lab
Janet,
is
somewhere that
Miss
mentioned in
killing
Janet,
there.
somebody
I
and
will
says
check
it's going to
it
the
out
rest of
though.
it.
It's
We
a
can see
great
it too.
Miss
question.
We can see it too. Yeah? Instead,
you
we
want to
take
hear
the
Mr.
poison they send
Patterson.
to us
Yeah,
because them say
yeah,
them
we'll talk
started
about that later.
they call themselves
Okay,
pharmaceutical industry. No, don't get me
okay.
wrong. I am not against
Yeah.
technology. I'm not against people creating fanciful and wonderful cures, but we must be free to choose the cure we want to take. Nobody must force you to take fit and cure. You understand? You must have the freedom to choose your cure. So if I man want a split for my cure, let me bun the split for my cure. If I man want inhale some steam for my cure, let me inhale some steam for my cure. If I want drink a tea, let me drink a tea. You go take your injection and enjoy. It might work for you or not. I don't know. I'm not making any predictions. What I'm saying is, let people choose. Freedom of choice is a fundamental right from the God of creation. If God did not want us to have the freedom to choose, He would not give us a brain to use to choose. Yeah? God would not have given us a brain if we should not choose. And so the UIC is about choice. So we say freedom of choice, freedom of movement, freedom of association. Yeah? And so any country where you don't have freedom of choice, freedom of movement, and freedom of association, that country is a bad country, is a wrong country. Prison. That country is a prison. And any country which does not allow you to choose what you want to buy or sell is a bad country. No government should tell you that you can't plant, grow, harvest, and sell your ganja. Because that is your right. But look what them do. When it please them, say ganja is bad. And when it please them, they say ganja is good. And when it pleased them, they said they're going to pass a law and free up the ganja. But only the rich can sell it. The poor must work at the bottom. The poor must be a laborer. The poor if you get a $1 million license, I'm not going to get because I'm not have the $1 million. So only the rich can sell it. You see the trick?
Yes.
I saw them trick you with everything, not just ganja. The laws of the land are designed to protect the rich from the poor. That's the law. The laws of the land is to protect the politicians from us, not to protect us from the politicians. The laws of the land are designed to rob you of your rights and your freedom, while they tell you that they're doing this for the poor. That's why both parties tell you how much they love the poor.
Yes.
Every election, them love the poor. But you know what them love? Them love to keep us poor.
Yes.
Because poor people can't march properly. Poor people can't organize properly because poor people can't buy refreshment. Poor people can't put up town crier. Poor people can't pay people to come out and bandwagon. Poor people can't buy a bus and pick up people all over and truck them into Kingston. Poor people can't do them things then. So they want you to stay poor. But we are going to overcome that. So
Yes.
to my diaspora friends, thank you for the $100. Thank you for the $200. Thank you for the $50. That's how we can do this. And the more we get the 100 and the 50 and the 200, is the more we're going to mobilize Jamaicans from east to west and north to south and bring them to this place and say, enough is enough. We want good governance. No. 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 Right now. We don't wait no more. We have waited long enough. 78 years is a long time enough. 78 years is a long time to rot it. It's a long time. To backside is a long time. 78 years. 78 years is a long time. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. From 19. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. 1492. Hold on. 1492. Hold on. A little thief from 1492 drop on the shore. Okay? 1492 to when they finally abolished slavery in 1838 is 346 years that of rotted slavery. When them thief your labor and thief your property for 346 years. Hold on, watch me carefully. And then when them freeway in 1838, by the way, I lied on the freedom. When them tell us we're free in 1838, guess what I said? We must be apprentice for 4 years. We must work for free for 4 more years. Hold on up, so them can teach us how to be free. We must work for free so them can teach us how to be free. And then after the apprenticeship, they call it. And then when that no work out too well, for 106 years, they kept us under colonialism until 1944. You watch me? 106 plus 346 is how much that? How much that? 452 years. 452 years. Watch me now. 452 years. Them a thief for labor and them a thief for natural resources for 452 years. And Andrew said, we must go mourn the death of that. And then from 1944 now, them take some people who look like me and you and put them in front of us as background masters and tell we say we must vote for one of the two of them. It's a trick because of them own the two of them. So whether you vote for one or the other, you still have vote for them. You still have vote for them to control you. And so from 1944 until 1962, for 18 long years, we master the foolery. And then we start calling ourselves, I'm a born laborite. I am a born comrade. You is a born fool. If you think you're a born comrade or a born laborite, you is a born fool. And it's time for you to to let go of the foolishness. Let go off of the foolishness. You're a born Jamaican. You is a son or a daughter of the soil. You is a born Jamaican. You is not no born laborite or no born comrade. You is either a born fool or you a born Jamaican. You choose. And so, for 18 years, them teach us to become a fool to vote for one or the other from 1944 until 1962. And when they realized that we're fool enough, they gave us a fake independence in 1962. Them say, all right, them by night now. Them fully fool. So now, let's give them a full fake independence with a Queen of England as their master. And then she'll have a puppet called a Governor General, and a puppet called a Prime Minister, and a puppet called an opposition leader, and a whole bunch of puppets called MPs and senators. And all of them puppets there say long live the Queen, and now they say long live the King. Them take taxpayers' money go on a funeral. Them take taxpayers' money, welcome them on red carpet tour land. Them take taxpayers' money, $250 million every year to pay for a useless Governor General. Every year, they take your pick the money, my pick the money, box food out of the mouth, and pay for a Governor General. Over 200, not 250, 280 million Jamaican dollars, them take every year to pay for this dumb thing. You understand? Our money, the money to give us school, the money to give us water, the money to give us electricity, the money to give us road, the money to create companies, them use that money and pay for a Governor General. A useless Governor General. A pointless Governor General. A disgraceful Governor General, which wear an emblem on himself that shows the white man stepping on the neck of the black man, and him wear that with proud and pride. Every single day him wear that and collect our 280 million Jamaican dollars. My people, it's time for us to give up the foolishness.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. And so, from 1944 to 2022, 78 years, we put up with this foolishness. For 78 years, we have put up with this foolishness. Now, the leader of one of their two colonial parties said that time come. That's what he said. He said, time come. And what he mean is, the Dolly House time come again. Here's what the Dolly House go. When one party is in power, a little bit of time, and then thief the money, and punish the people, and cause us to struggle, and the people start ball, the other side says, I feel we time now.
Hey.
And when we fool, and we vote for them, and them give the same bitter medicine, and after about 2 terms, the next side come back again and say, I feel we time now.
Pass the
And we
backyard.
fool enough, and go vote for them, and then we give them some more time, then the next one come back, I feel we time now. And so that is why the leader of one of their parties is now saying, time come. Now we the people of the United Independence Congress have a different message. We sing in a different tune.
Yes.
We have a different cry. And our cry is time up. Time up.
Time up.
The foolishness done now.
Yes.
We're not going to do no more of this foolishness. So we the people of this country, we the people who are United Independent Thinkers, we the people of the United Independence Congress of Jamaica, we the people say, time up,
Time up.
time up,
Time up.
time up,
Time up.
time up,
Time up.
time up.
Time up.
So, Mr. Golden, Mr. Holness, time up.
Time up.
Mr. PNP, Mr. JLP, time up.
Time up.
Mr. Labor Right, Mr. Comrade, time up.
Time up.
Mr. Green, Mr. Orange, time up.
Time
Make
up.
way, it's blue time now.
Yes.
And when the blue is elected, we're going to erase all colors.
Yes.
Because we're going to be one people,
One Jamaica.
united, strong and free.
Yes.
One people, united, strong and free. One people, united, strong and free. One people,
United,
strong and free. One people, united, strong and free. One Jamaica,
One Jamaica.
stronger together.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, guys. So Mr. Patterson just said a few words. Are you guys hearing me? Let me flip the camera around. Yeah. So Mr. Patterson just gave a few words to us here. We're now in Emancipation Park,
Miss Janet, are you
and
hearing?
we're heading to.
Miss Janet, are you hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Yes, I'm hearing.
I think I
Yes,
saw
I'm
you in answer. I saw you answering Anthony, right? That's the guy.
here. I am here.
Yeah.
Me there, man. Me there.
Hear you, man. Me hear you.
uh, Rosemary King says, "One people united, strong and free." Absolutely, Rosemary.
Yeah,
Who
we
else
love
is-
Rosemary.
Davian Brown says, "If you love yourself, you would understand."
Right.
Anthony Seabud, you need to check out Mr. Patterson's videos about solutions to the problems of Jamaica. Yes, Anthony. So we have a string of videos on our YouTube channel, UIC Liberty TV. You can go on the YouTube channel. Well, you're watching it here now. So
Yes.
we have a string of videos that speaks to the policies of the UIC, and also what we plan to do to change the country in the direction that it's going. So head when this live is finished, just watch a couple more of the videos that we have um, on our YouTube channel. Ricky says the look of Hero Circle was a disgrace. Definitely. I mean, the mere fact that we had garbage just strewn along the side of the UIC, right by the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor. All those ministries are right along that stretch there, and nothing is being done. The garbage is just there. Um, Collecting, well, flies are there, and pretty soon you'll see rodents and other pests. Just garbage just along the road, not being picked up, not being um, maintained in terms of proper picking up, proper maintenance of the area where the garbage is. It's just there. So we have a serious problem. Uh, Sophia says Jamaica is a big rubbish pile. Some parts. Right now, where we are, Emancipation Park, is not really.
Hello?
I wouldn't say it's a rubbish pile. It's it's a part of New Kingston that is well maintained. I don't know if you can hear in the background the weed whackers are being people are using weed whackers to cut the grass and the hedges, and they've invested in a couple um, lawnmowers that you sit down and drive in, and they had just cut the grass before we came. So it's well maintained. The area is well maintained, and of course, the reason for this is because it's right by Pegasus. So they want the tourists to have a really nice. They want the tourists to have a really nice
Well,
place to come and chill out when they want, or when they look out their windows out of the hotel, they can see the nice green area. But when it comes to other parts of Jamaica, they don't really care. Right? So they're willing to clean up the place for the tourists, but they're not willing to clean up the place for regular Jamaicans like you and me. So, oh, I think Mr. Patterson wants to talk to you guys. So let me head let me head this way. All right, guys. So Mr. Patterson is going to talk to you guys.
These young ladies came all the way from,
Hold on. Let me
put them
flip the
on,
camera.
all the way from, ready?
Uh, yeah, go ahead.
All right, so here with me today are two young ladies from St. Thomas. They traveled all the way in by bus, to be with us. They've
Oh
been
wow.
back to Jamaica now for 1 year, returning residents. Let's hear your names. What's your name?
My name's Maria.
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 Yeah, from St. Thomas's.
And
And my name is Claudia, that's my daughter.
yeah, and so they're both from St. Thomas. And I've been communicating with Maria on WhatsApp without knowing it. She came all the way down to be with us, and we're so happy to see her. So congrats and thanks for coming. Really appreciate
Thanks for
it.
coming,
I
Maria.
appreciate coming here, and this is the Jamaica that I want to see. I want to see like this kind of environment.
Yeah.
And the roads are really bad coming down here.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Just extraordinarily bad, and we really do need to see a better Jamaica, a fulfillment of prophecy that we can definitely do better than what we've got.
Yeah.
The two governments that we've had in so far have not done anything significant to help anybody other
Yeah.
than themselves.
Yeah.
And it's just sad that we are so close-minded that we can only see those two parties, and we have a third one that can make a difference.
Yeah.
And we need to have a difference because life is too short now. We need to have better and see better and do better. And yeah, that's why
It's the
my
PSOJ that's blocking us. The people don't know, Many people would know, but they're not seeing us on TV and radio.
Yeah.
Because those who own the TV and the radio, they're blocking us from it. So we have to find a way to break through. We have to, and this is a part of it, we have to get out there as best as we can. It's expensive, as you know. So it takes money for us to get out like this. I mean, people have to leave their jobs, people have to leave their work, they have to find bus fare or money, transportation. So plain fare for some people. Yes, Mr. Maurice, right, Maurice? Plain fare. Him travel to be here with us. Look for him, I mean. He's more important than me right now.
Honestly, your dream is my dream, but I don't think I'm educated enough to carry it out. I'm strong enough. So I do as much I can do from a distance. And to be here, I'm greatly appreciate Mr. Patterson and what he's doing. When I look at St. Thomas, I can live my water. It's not like crying this man. I don't know. You see all the countries are going down. It's hurt, man, it's hurt. And they got the money, can do better. So they just keep it in one little corner to themselves. And leave the poor people suffering, it's hurt. I'm telling you, man. I appreciate you, Mr. Brown, and I'm going to support you to him.
Thank you so
I have to fight with my family and try to get them to open up their brain to see what's going on around, and they just stop here, we don't want to hear nothing. They will never come do the same thing. Let for that. Same years, don't have the same, they were so used to it. That no, that someone to give you a change. If you don't change, if you don't try something new, how you gonna know it's gonna be them? I said, if you give this man 4 years and you don't see him and do nothing, well, go back to it then. But at least you have 78 years doing the same thing back and forth over. I vote for PJ Patterson because I say I'm a black man, I'm gonna do better. And in worse, then come around, I rally my people and vote for anti-oldness.
So only time you see them?
I rally them to vote for, he have a good saying, he's gonna change, he's gonna do something, and man, let me tell you, I'm so disappointed. So disappointed, so, but Mr. Patterson come out and do something that I would like to do. I don't want to live in America for the rest of my life. All me did is get up and work. I'm coming here, and it's like, basically 2 hours before me show things that my suitcase ago, I work right up until the time till I come here. And when I go back, I'm going to get back to work. We're not living full and happy. It seems like it, but we're not. Because we have to work on it every day. And I say that is weird. But we need a change in Jamaica. Mr. George, I see the potential in you, and I believe in you. and I tell people about it. I try to bring people to the UIC, and I'm greatly appreciate it. And guys, we thank all of them who come out here to support this man.
We're going to do it.
He have the vision. He have the vision, and I believe in him will pull through. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Arbitrary.
Just one little point.
Here you go, sir. Pick up your voice. Pick up your voice. Check. Yeah.
Greetings to the UIC family. No, when I hear you talk, my brother, when I hear you talk, my brother, I am not from Sentama, but I live in Sentama. I'm an African Jamaican. And here I went to the UIC meeting and then was up here 2 weeks ago. And when I hear from the person himself, Mr. Joseph Patterson, I am not even gonna believe nothing. I put in a still no. I am not gonna believe nothing. That's easy. But I'm gonna know. Because the belief system is a make-up syndrome. I'm gonna know that this is the Messiah Marcus Garvey in the form of Mr. Joseph Patterson. And if you miss Mr. Joseph Patterson and the UIC, you miss the boat. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well said. All right. So my people, my friends, my fellow Uniters, united we stand. United we stand. United we stand. All right, on to Alpha Tree now. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Who's leading the way?
All right, guys. So we're heading on to Alpha Tree now, and that's where we're going to have our rally. I'm not sure which direction we're going. Yeah. All right, guys. So, are you guys hearing me? Yes. Okay.
I don't know.
Yes, let's go Alpha Tree Road. I am looking for the leaders, but I'm not seeing them.
I'm hearing you. We can hear you. My internet is a little unstable right now, but I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I'm hearing you,
Okay.
Keith.
Yes.
Yes. No, we are hearing each other, right? That's good.
Yeah. Loud and clear. All right. So we're heading out to Half a Tree. Walking up Half a Tree Road.
You know, for the most part, Miss Janet, the comments that we're getting here are mostly that try to be antagonistic, and the rest of people were answering him.
Yeah. Well, you're always gonna have people that are not with the movement.
There's one guy, and
it's part of life. Not everyone is an Apple fan. Not everyone likes some Samsung. Not everyone likes Mercedes Benz. Not everybody likes BMW. Everyone has their own choice.
Yeah. The thing about it is that why would uniting people be such a bad?
Exactly.
Why would unite?
The other two have been
so
focused on dividing
about the UIC movement. Huh?
Yeah. 100%. I agree with you. The other two parties have been focused on dividing us, and getting us to fight against each other.
Yes.
to our detriment, because while we fight against each other, they are
So
friends.
listen to one of my things.
Yeah,
They live in unity. We thrive. We will thrive they live in division. We will thrive
yeah.
in unity. Okay?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, they're living in they're they're surviving in division. We will thrive in unity. Because they're just surviving right now. They're just surviving by the thread because they're not bringing anything to the table, and there's nothing about anything that they brought over 70 odd years of any value. Okay?
Yeah.
So they're just hanging by the thread in division. Divided, I mean, united we stand, divided is something that we truly believe in. You
Yeah.
know, Miss Janet?
United we stand,
Yeah.
divided we fall.
I'm here. My internet is acting up though. So let's take off.
So Smooth Baby Boy is asking, how is it going? So far, it's been going good. Um, we've walked from downtown Kingston. We stopped, well, walked here in downtown Kingston. Went on to Sutton Street, up East Street. Um, I left it. Then went up, well, East Street all the way up to Hero Circle. Stopped at Hero Circle for a bit, and then went to, well, came here actually. So we walked along Maresca Road, going up Maresca Road. Then actually we decided to go over to Slight Road and walked up Slight Road to Crossroads. And then from Crossroads, we headed here. We took Old Hope Road and turned left onto Oxford Road and came here. But so far it's been good. There are a lot of people that have been along the way that have been stopping and looking at what's happening. We've been giving out flyers to a lot of people as well. And of course, while we were here in the park as well, you had some of the ancillary workers in the park. We're asking about the UIC and what is the movement about, etc. Mr. Patterson just gave a speech on Emancipation Park, or on emancipation, and so now we're heading out. We're leaving to go to Apple Tree, where we'll have a rally. We're going to have an agenda of events, and on that event, on the agenda is we're going to have an artist called Young Garvey. He will be performing for us, and we're going to have a couple of speakers as well as Mr. Patterson doing a final speech. So that's the plan for the rest of the day. Please tell your friends to come and come on the live, watch, see what's happening in Jamaica, and of course share the YouTube channel. We can all contribute. Sorry, Jojo, I was trying to see her. Yeah, we can all contribute suggestion on how to execute a plan. Okay, I guess that's an inner thing in the chat. The UIC is here to unite the people and make a better future for all. 100% West. I agree with you. Who else can we see here? I know UIC don't want to be like the other party, but you guys need vibes. You have the vibes, But here's the thing. We've gotten so used to being tricked. Here's the thing. We've been dumbed down. Our lack of education has caused, which has been caused by the two political parties, has caused us to be an easy target as it relates to, just the fancy, not fancy, but the games and the trickery. the dances and dub plates and all these things that people want for politics. And the reality of the situation, politics is not supposed to be really that. Really, politics is supposed to be boring. Everything should be working according to plan. It shouldn't be that you're coming here, you're coming out, and your way of getting votes is to uh, run a dub plate to get an artist to sing a song for you. No, it should be that you're providing policies or you're putting forward policies to the people, and they are now, based on the policies or based on what they've heard from you, they are now going to decide whether they vote for you or not. Very simple. And so the UIC is all about putting forward our policies, and you decide whether you want to vote for the UIC or not. Right? The reality is that 78 years of both colonial parties have brought us to a point where no matter which one you choose, you're getting the same result. You know, as Mr. Patterson said earlier, um, Alan Scott says we are vibes, not a cartel. um, yeah, so we have two political parties that are pretty much the same for 78 years, and there doesn't seem to be any they haven't come to the place where they're willing to say, listen, we've been doing this thing wrong, right? We've been
Hey,
fooling you people. We have been leading you down the wrong path. But instead of that, they continue with the games and the trickery. They continue with the as you can hear. So it's all about change now. It's all about, instead of saying time come, time up. You know, the PNP, as I was saying earlier, Mr. Patterson was saying that, the PNP slogan now is time come. Right? And they're saying time come because, it's one side gets 10 years, another side gets 10 years. It's not politics. It's all right, you get 10 years and my time now. So when you hear the PNP saying time come, they're basically saying, all right, JLP, you've had the country for 10 years, or well, would be 10 years for the next election. It's our time now to rob and thief from the people for another 5 to 10 years. So it's clear that it's not about changing the country. It's not about developing the country where, we as a people are educated, we as a people are productive. It's just about providing enough money for those who are funding the same two parties for both elections.
One Jamaica, stronger together. One Jamaica, stronger together. One Jamaica, stronger together. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Who says the UIC is here to free up the people.
One Jamaica,
stronger
together. One Jamaica, stronger together. United we stand.
Divided we fall.
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 One Jamaica,
stronger together.
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 enough is enough.
Good governance, no.
Enough is enough.
Good governance, no.
United we stand.
Divided we fall.
United we stand.
Divided we fall.
United we stand.
Divided we fall.
One Jamaica,
Stronger together.
one Jamaica,
Stronger together.
one Jamaica.
Stronger together.
Take the mask off.
Take the mask off.
Take the mask off. Take the mask off. Take the mask off. Take the mask off. One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica. Stronger together. One Jamaica. Stronger together. One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
One Jamaica.
Stronger together.
No fraud.
No fraud.
No fraud.
No fraud.
No fraud. No fraud. No fraud. No fraud. No fraud.
All right, guys. So we're heading to Mandela Park in Half a Tree. I will be muting until we get there, so you guys can take over the chat. Look at what's happening in the comments.
Okay. Yes, there's one here that said, lion ruled in the jungle. He's saying the UIC is here to free up Jamaican people from the nonsense. One Jamaica. Someone is suggesting, I think Jojoya has been making some suggestion. Just wanted to enlighten. This is something that we're all moving towards, but we need all hands on deck, including himself or herself, so that we can fund these things. Because the UIC, if someone is willing to donate and contribute to something like that, there are others of us in the diaspora that have taken on projects and donated to, and we don't look and say you guys should be doing that, because the understanding is that the UI is not them. It is, that's what it's all about, so we want to encourage everybody to join hands together. As you can see, the is about joining hands rather than saying, oh, them need this or them need that. Always a lot of needs until we all chime in and fill the needs. All right, guys, thank you for that. Keith Campbell is saying, vote out the JLP and PNP, please. Jamaica needs a special. Let's keep moving up. Beulah is saying the jam is part of our ancestral ritual. That's a great idea. However, we have to make sure the drown out the message. Yeah, well, until well, what I'm saying is that if someone have ideas, we're always willing to accept that. They just need to step up and volunteer or donate so that we all can do it together. The UIC does not believe in taking donation from special interest, because then it's going to be the same as usual. Special interest is going to control the UIC if that occurs, and that's not the dream of Mr. Patterson or any of us, to have special interest drowning out the people. Then we would immediately lose individual sovereignty. It would not be about that anymore. It would be interest. Where can we buy my merchandise? You can go to the website, uicjamaica.com, and you can go down there, you can join, you can contribute, and you can purchase merchandise there. Can you put it up on YouTube and website, please? We'll talk with the media on that. When Douglas get back, we'll have them talk about that. And these two guys are talking to Joya and Jovan, Wilson, talking about being creative. This is something that you all can join in, give you a piece on if you wish the organization very well. The UIC is about people all coming on deck with their talents. That is one of the reasons why the UIC reach out to the diaspora, just like the people of Israel does, where they all can bring in their intellect and bring in their creativity to make the movement better. We don't believe in stifling anybody. We believe in all come together to move forward. Well, thank you guys. Well, Anthony, as you were talking about stopping corruption, if you follow the UIC plan, you'll see where the UIC has a very clear pathway to um, making sure that our leadership from the grassroots would be people that we would screen based on their integrity and based on their merit of doing the work and being honest. People recommending people that they see in their community who not based on a party or based on some, curry favor, but people that people know, people recommend them. Maybe a shopkeeper, maybe minister of religion, maybe a teacher, someone that can really serve the people in their community. Then we start that there at the grassroots. So immediately they will know. We will also train the leaders, and that's going to be a part of our training, where we train them to be good leaders and to keep away from any form of corruption, because that's something that we will not endorse. And we will do that at the council level, at the constituency level, at the county level, at the parish level, at all levels, even at the presidency level. And once we get the right people to be placed in leadership and we have them well trained, and a part of the training would be um, immediately absolutely no corruption. Now, when we do that, and then at the council level, at the constituency level, each person will be focused on their demographic group or constituencies. Now, based on that, there won't be any need for them to be playing game, because there's going to be proper check and balances going right up the ladder. And then at the ministerial level, that's where it's even going to get better, where we actually recruit people from the diaspora and from the greater Jamaica who are qualified to be ministers. And we're going to screen them based on their ability to solve the problems that we have. Now, when we do that, then they're going to be accountable. We're going to screen them in front of the nation so everybody will see who we're getting and what their backgrounds are. Once we select the ministers of government, then we're going to keep them accountable and have them reporting systematically on their progress. And of course, there's going to be continued accountability throughout the process. You know what I mean? So they're going to make sure they get the right people, they bring their right team, and of course, accountability is going to be a part of it. And it's going to be set up in such a way that if corruption does occur, it's going to be easier to spot it and to root it out, especially in the ways that they're doing it right now. So that's really going to take care of the corruption that we will be perpetuating in the UIC. here's someone that people have to donate and support the UIC. That is a no-brainer. We really have to do that. This Jahaya, you're still talking about the drummers. We welcome people like those. If someone is willing to step in and sponsor them, because if they get paid, they will perform. It doesn't matter. So if you know someone who can do that, then that's going to be great. We look at the UIC as our movement, not their movement. So if you want to join and be a part of it, donate. We're in the diaspora. We were able to do that. And wherever you are, you can be a part of this. All right. And you say no prayer, guys, no white God thing. Well, the thing about prayers, we accept prayers. I pray, and I have nothing against people who want to pray. I have nothing against people who don't want to pray either. But what I'm saying is that we are not people. We are here unite. Yes, people's only priority is to protect themselves, but that's true. We've been proving that for 78 years. Yes, I mean, we go anywhere in Jamaica right now. I mean, you don't even have to go. They show it on TV. You saw bridges broken down. You see the roads, how atrocious they are. Even in the match today, you saw what around the here circle is, and next to the Minister of Finance. It's just very squalorous. Just doesn't look good. As a matter of fact, I think maybe the people in Kingston should just take their garbage and just keep piling them up around the Ministry of Finance so that the people can see. So the Minister of Finance and the people pile them up around these places so the people in authority can see that the people are really drowning in garbage. Take the garbage to drown them. Yes. Yes, we in the UIC we believe in equal choice as long as your choice does not um, take advantage of somebody else's choice, exploiting their person or their property. Someone is asking about where the people walking around about the city. Um, of course, people are walking, but there are many who driving. Of course, it's very hot, so it's not many people outside. Yeah. Yes, this is very sad. Relaxation music, Livingston. When you're in Jamaica, you're a plumber, and the amount you make is not even a living wage because if you pay your rent or you pay for certain other things, you don't have enough to buy food. And we can do better, Jamaica. We need to turn things around so people don't have to run away from the country. We truly believe that this is something that is set in motion by those people who know that they will benefit from this, and leaving Jamaica to build up their system and give them, you know, or resources, whether it is intellectual or skills, and it's all benefit them. And of course, you know, Jamaica suffers as a result of that. This is what the UIC is bringing attention to and planning to get all all straightened out. Yes, you Keith Campbell, you're talking about some things that are alleged that are being done by people in, and because of the influence, they are not being persecuted, and that's just wrong too. It's kind of sad that St. James has become the murder capital of Jamaica. It is, you know, it's really sad. The things didn't have to get to this, for sure. Because you're still talking about religion and spirituality. We have no problem with their choice in terms of their worship. What we said, we believe in equal choice. You make a choice, you live with your choice, as long as your choice does not um, take advantage of someone else by defrauding them, extorting them, or taking away from them, you know, with their choice. And this is something that the UIC does not endorse at all. Equal choice, but with limitations of sparing the other person's choice. Yes, Jamaica. Angie, one Jamaica. Cecil Reed, no one perfect, only God. Of course, no one is. But God give us wisdom to regulate and to make, you know, make set boundaries for others. So that's a good thing. Um, Zirat Neil has a very good answer here to Anthony. Advances the patient, the president held the check by 3 independent county elected VPs and people elected as senators at the parish level. Yes. That is pretty interesting. Want us to leave Jamaica? This is Audrey. Jamaica, so that they can sell out the lands and resources to the elite and their friends, so we will not be leaving one. Yeah, they want it. It is something that is set in motion so that some can take advantage of others, which is against the rule of the OIC. I'm so disappointed with the turnout. If the out of the march, just me, Jamaica is still sleeping. Well, the thing about it, Lindell, we have to what we have, and people are highlighting. They're meeting a lot of people on the road, and of course, we're, you know, we who can't be there, need to really join and encourage that. Join, contribute, volunteer in whatever way you can to make it better rather than, just sitting and criticize. And of course, sometimes we're disappointed, but, it goes without saying. But thank you so much. Beulah, I'm living in the United States, but my spirit is with you during the event where is Tonya Stevens, Unstoppable Wayne Lonesome, Mr. Vegas. Where's the mothers and fathers who lose his family? That's a very good question. The thing about it is that we expose everybody and we encourage people to join. We cannot force people to, but at the same time, we can't look and say who is not. We just have to do what we can. Even here in the United States, I'm here in the US also, Beulah, and we join, we contribute, we encourage, and all we can do is just keep doing that. People sometimes tend to want to wait to see what happened before they come on board. So we need to be the happening here. Okay. I'm not quite sure who Javon is talking to. He's asking why you're not out there walking with them. And this is something that we encourage everybody who can to do. But if someone cannot do there, like myself, I'll be here supporting in whatever way I can by first volunteering and contributing and making address the needs that are there immediately. We just have to do that. Okay, Zaret, I like the answer you gave to Anthony there about the way the UIC government will function. That shows that you've been following some details of what the government structure is going to be at. It's something we need to expose to others. Thank you so much.
All right. Yes, we're at Halfway Tree, Mandela Park, in Halfway Tree.
I think we
So we're
lost.
just waiting for the rest of.
Yeah. I think we lost. I think we
We
lost.
lost Janet.
I think we lost Janet. Um,
Okay.
I think we lost her. Um,
Okay.
but I'm here commenting on some of the chats in the box. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So what has the consensus been?
I mean, there have been people encouraging, and there are a couple of people with questions, but for the most
Mm-hmm.
part, encouragement.
Bruce Davis says, for all who can, please go to Halfway Tree. Yes, if you're in the Halfway Tree area right now, come out to Mandela Park and see what we have. We have a rally that's going on. We're going to set up. Um, we're going to take a group picture. Okay. All right. So we're setting up for a group picture.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, Javon says finally they're at Halfway Tree. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Audrey Patterson, if I have only one wish before I depart this earth, oh God, it is to make Jamaica people find favor in the UIC in the next streets. Yeah? But one of the things is, in order to be in the streets, you have to have money, right? You need to be able to pay for the buses to truck
Right.
people in from different parts of Jamaica. You need to be able to pay for the administrative staff that okay, I'm in the middle of the picture. Yeah, you have to have funds to pay for the administrative staff that will put all these things together. And also, you need to be able to have um, MPs or representatives that are able to um, represent the constituencies. So it's a lot of things that is that is in play. All right, so we're posing for a picture.
Alright. So this side here don't have enough.
Need more blue there, definitely.
Miss Janet is trying to get back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One Jamaica.
Miss Janet,
Somebody
can
from
you
the
hear
end
me?
want to hold this? I good as well. Now come up on the face.
Jojo says, look how beautiful the sky is.
Roll up the plaque high, you know.
That is from
Roll up the plaque high.
attended March last year. Thank you, Beulah. Bruce Davis says, I'm in Oklahoma at work, so proud to be part of the change. I'm sure being part of the change in the back life will meet.
That's a message somebody when I back on all of this.
Yes, Beulah, we really appreciate you flying down last time for the bid. And you know, this is good. We're just getting out of COVID, so everything about like it is. We're glad and we appreciate those people who are there on the ground. And we know Bruce, you're in Oklahoma and at work. Let's get together, Bruce. Check me out and we can give me a call. We can talk about how we can all work together as part of the diaspora to make it better. All right?
Stronger together. Stronger together. Stronger together. Stronger together. Stronger together. Stronger together.
Stronger together. Stronger together.
Good governance now.
Good governance now.
Good governance now.
Good governance now.
Good governance now. Good governance now. Good governance now. Good governance now.
It's
Stronger
like a
together.
soon,
Stronger
very soon.
together.
They're trying to black us, but that's gonna just
Stronger together.
anything else.
Stronger together.
Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
Enough is enough.
Good governance now.
I noticed you guys were engaged with the UIC before that march last year, and I commend you on that. I got I got to with the UIC after Mr. Patterson was arrested, and I started following to see what the UIC stood for, and I was bought. So that's when I actually got started with the UIC. And of course, as I said before, the UIC matched my personal and religious belief, and I think it's only fair that any religion it matches from the mere fact that we allow free choice and no discrimination. I believe that. Yes, Howard, this walk will get the message out that the UIC Jamaica is here to say, true word, Yes, Bruce, good idea. The UIC, the diaspora could put our heads together to raise some funds, and let us get together for that. Hit me up on UIC, um, you know, open, give me a call, let's talk about it, or talk with Naik, our treasurer, or Chase, and they will give you an idea how we can all get together. They are now putting together a group chat for diaspora. We all can
Good
join that
afternoon.
group chat, and we
Afternoon.
can do a lot. Let's do that.
Okay. Want to thank everyone for coming out today on this march, good governance, and it is something that all Jamaica have been calling for a long while. When you ask the question, what is good governance? Good governance is basically managing the institution of the state and the affairs of the state and the resources so that it is free of corruption. And in that, if you manage your affairs of the country and the resources of the country free of corruption, free of any malfeasance, then you will have good governance. You will have less crime, less corruption in government, less malfeasance. So last night I pondered on the question a lot in regards to governance, and I did some research regarding the whole issue of corruption, which has been happening in Jamaica over the last pre-post-colonial period. What I found out in my research is that Jamaica in 1953 for the first time was able to be governed by Jamaicans. And for 10 years leading up to 1963, the economy grew. At that time, schools like Kingston Technical, received almost technical. Even cars at the time came on stream. And the intention was to link those schools into students into Utech, and then they would go straight into bauxite mining companies. As I said before, the economy grew, and as a result of that, the World Bank issued a loan to Jamaica, a $9.5 million loan to help with the education system, to build new junior secondary schools, and to help with the teacher training program. What happened with that $9.5 million loan was that the government at the day, the ruling party at the day, in 1966, the Jamaica Labour Party, brought in a gentleman by the name of Arthur Newland, and he made one significant change to the existing law which existed. At the time, you had two members of parliament who could decide which contractor they wanted. But the final say rests with the ministry. However, the law was changed to ensure that the member of parliament chose the contractor they wanted to build the school in each constituency. What happened? It went into court overall. The loan should have lasted for 3 years. But instead of 3 years, the loan went into 6 years, into 1972. The primary school project, the budget plummeted to 125% of what was there before. For the secondary school, it plummeted to 100% of what was allocated. What happened is that there were kickbacks to the political party who did not take money from that loan for themselves. It went into the political coffers of the political party. And that has led to Jamaica, the start of the debt of what Jamaica has now, which is over $1 trillion. And if you look closely to what has happened since then, in recent times, as what has happened to the education ministry,
is with the Maritime Training Institute and with the former education minister, of money being moved from the education ministry to do other stuff, which has caused Jamaica to lose, when we could have had an educational system which would have geared, to assist the Jamaican public and to get well-trained individuals to come out in the workforce. That never happened. The amount of money past overall that took place between 1966 and 1972, the value, we never got value for money which was spent. So if we have a government which is running effectively and all the laws are obeyed, there's no corruption, there's the agencies that are there to make sure that the government acts accordingly to the law which is there, then we'll have the type of system that we want. It is not easy. It begins with everyone at home. On the eve of Independence Day, I followed a friend in the bus park, individual going to the country. And because of the large amount of toll that was there, the bus came into the park, and once the bus parked, the driver said the fare is $1,000, and up the fare 40% from what it was. So I said to the individual, do not pay, because if you take a stand now, you are sending a message. And that is what happens in the wider society. It's a reflection of what is happening at the head. So when you talk about good governance, it is not with those who are governing. We, the individuals, have to take personal responsibility as to the things that we will accept and the things that we will not accept. And thought we send a message to the ruling government or those who are in authority that enough is enough. This is how far we expect you to go. We expect you to behave a certain way. We expect that our law is observed, that the system runs accordingly. So I want to ask everyone here, not just to say we are going to ask the government to give us good governance. We must, at our local level, ensure that whatever we are doing is above board. There is small things that we do from day to day with our fellow men. So that will go a far way in helping us to rid ourselves of all the unnecessary corruption that we have within the society. So I would like to thank Uic for giving me this opportunity to be here, be part of this great movement, and to ensure that we take a step further, ensuring that we rid ourselves of bad governance that we have been having over these last years.
All right, am I being heard clearly? All the people know that they hear this. On connection.
What about now? Is this louder?
No.
This is better. All right, so I'll be giving the floor. Oh, by the way, by way of introduction for those who don't know, I am Jason, the General Secretary of the United Independence Conference. All right, I'll be moving the floor now to Janet Reddy, who's our candidate in training for St. Thomas. She has a few words that she would like to share. I'll allow her the floor before I do my. So, Janet. Oh, you weren't ready? You go, Janet.
Yeah. Good afternoon to the entire team of the UIC movement, locally and internationally. Mr. President, Mr. J.L. Patterson, I am here to be a part of this movement that we started because I know that we can do much better for this country. For over 78 years, we have been suffering the same pain. And I believe it's not doing the same thing the same way. We have to do things differently in order to get different results. That's right. Jamaica is not a poor country, as we all know. This country is a country that have a lot of assets to make it much better. But we are tied down by the same colonial institutions that were laid down here for us. So we are here to change things. And I am Janet Rennie from St. Thomas, which is part of St. Thomas as a councillor. So I'm to give my speech right here today. Yeah. We are recognized as a land of wood and water. Yes. And in Jamaica, there are lots of places that haven't got running water. Yes. And sometimes I wonder, how can that be? We need to channel the water properly because we got a lot of rainfall sometimes. We got to harvest the water first and then channel the water in the right direction. Right. Because I believe that in a time like this, the river is supposed to be for recreational activities, not for domestic use. You go to the river if you choose to, not to wash clothes and to pick up water for cooking and so on. That is time way past. So right now, I'm imploring us to try and do better with one another. Start from down there. You cannot start from the top. You have to start from the bottom and build things up. Because if the head of the stream is dirty, the whole stream will be dirty. So let us work hands in hand, heart in heart, and let this place be a better place. Some people talk about marijuana, that is a bad thing. But I know it is a very good crop for this country. Very good. It can do a lot of things for us. It's not only to smoke. Yes. People that burn ganja is the worst thing you can do to the earth. You can do so much more. You can cook with it, you can bake it, you can make clothes, you can make rope, down to the oil from the seed. You can run this country instead of our using JPS line. There are so many topics I could put on today, but because time is not there, I will leave this for another person to talk. Yeah. And education is another one of my hot topics that I would like to touch on. Yeah. Education needs a lot of attention from early childhood coming right up. And you cannot wait until a child is high school age, then you're going to make a decision for them. You got to bring them up from grassroots stage. These are my two words today. Wonderful, man.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Shadab again. I'm the parish manager for St. Andrew. Welcome. It was a pleasure working with all fellow United here this morning from another parish to another parish, right? From the parish of Kingston to the parish of St. Andrew, which we are here. And now that we made it on a safe journey. My word this evening is that this area, which is the capital of St. Andrew, Harbour, is where all the workforce really comes. If you realize, it's always have a large amount of traffic. But I believe that in the parish of St. Andrew, the rural areas need attention because we need to have business places in West Rural, East Rural, Papine, Barbican, Red Hills Road, Twady Park, each and everywhere in the parish of St. Andrew that we can have traffic going to those areas as well. We believe that the UIC, when elected as a government, we will focus on getting these places, not just the urban areas, but the rural areas developed as well. And for us to have things developed, we have to continue to educate our younger ones. And it was a pleasure to see the younger ones on Liberty TV with Mr. Patterson the other night. How did you feel? I feel loved and see that the young people is a part of this, because even when we arrived here in Harbourtree a few moments, we reached here at 2:09, and two young people stopped and said, what this is about? And I explained to them. They said, wonderful. And we have to continue to spread the word. I alone can do it, you alone can do it. We have to continue to spread it and bring people on board. And each one bring one. And once we continue to do that, this United Independent Congress of Jamaica can be a very strong movement to bring this good governance to Jamaica, to show people that we can have good roads, we can have good roads, we can have better garbage collection, we can have better education system in the rural areas of St. Andrew, not just in the urban areas of St. Andrew, and also to have health centers in these areas where that people not to just come to the urban areas to get proper health care system. So the UIC, and I thank Mr. Patterson that he was bold on a rocky road, sleepless night, his wife, and all the fellow Uniters, and also in the diaspora. And I must say thank you to all the persons in the diaspora for working so hard that Mr. Patterson can continue to spread the word, not just in the parish of St. Andrew, because we want all parish, all 14 parish to be Uniters, not just St. Andrew. And once all 14 parish can be Uniters, then we can see the change. All right?
All right, thank you, Mr. Parish Manager for St. Andrew, Sheldon Magat. Now, Sir Aguilar, I'll pass the mic to you, but before I do that, I want to answer a question that was posted in the live. Someone asked, I'm paraphrasing, how can we be sure that when the UIC gets elected into government, that we will not fall into the same dirty, corrupt cycle that we see characterizing the two parties now? Now, I want to make it clear that electing UIC is not just electing people into government positions. It's about a whole new system of governance. All right, so for those persons who are watching online, I want to make it clear, I want you to get it and get it clear that electing UIC means a total overhaul of the system that we are used to. Now, we know how it works. You elect the MP running for your favorite party, and the party that gets the most MPs wins the election, and the leader of that party becomes Prime Minister. That one person chooses from all the MPs, the members of the cabinet, that's the Minister of Government, and nominates 13 persons to become senators. This one person has all that power. And the leader of the opposition nominates any 8 to become senators without even having to qualify to the people why these people are senators, why these people are ministers. We said none of that. We want to bring about a non-partisan constitutional republic where the Constitution is the supreme law and ensures our rights, that nobody can violate our rights. Now we want to take the party system out of politics so that we don't enter politics through MEP. Anybody who wants to run for office applies, takes a test. If they pass a test, they go to an interview. If they pass that, then they are audited publicly. So we ensure that no criminal are going there. Right? So same way you apply for a job, you apply for a political office. Do your governance test, pass the interview, get audited. Only after that, so we're supposed to cut down corruption already. Only after that can you then get nominated and run for election. Now, under UIC system, anybody can run for government office. You don't need to be rich or have rich connections. You can be somebody who have a lot of financial resources because the state will provide for the campaign. So everybody's on the same playing field, whether rich or poor. So long as you pass the governance test you pass auditing and so forth. And we don't have the party papers and all of that. So we don't have the corruption because you in my colors or in my party. So on that level, we already put down corruption. Now, MPs can never become minister of government under UIC governance. A member of parliament will carry out their job of representing their constitution, their constituents in parliament, and also making laws to run the country efficiently. How will we choose minister of government? First, you must be qualified and experienced in the subject matter that you're going to be minister for. You cannot be looking to be minister of health and you're not qualified and experienced in health. So, how does that work? The president and the national executive nominate people who are qualified for the positions. So for national security, must be somebody who might have been a police, a soldier, or whatever in security, and so on, for health and so on. Now, when these persons are nominated, then the Senate, who by the way is elected by the people and not nominated by the present company, the Senate vets these potential ministers publicly so people can see who they get in. Then those who pass the vetting are elected by the MPs, vote for or against. And those who pass that process, which is very public, will become appointed as ministers. So you see the cut down corruption already. Now, under the present system, Prime Minister gets 13 people to be senators, leader of opposition get 8. We said, let the people choose who will be representing them in the upper house. Every parish will elect a senator. So now senators do not represent the leaders of the party, they represent the people. So instead of 21 senators, now we have 40 for each parish. And these senators, as the current system, they vet the laws that are passed in the lower house. Right? So now, and also, the beauty of the system is that the Prime Minister or the President alone cannot influence policy. If the President and the UIC decide that he wants a policy, he must get the Vice Presidents who are elected one per county, by the way. Independent people, no bias, independent people who pass through the process. One per county, so we end up with 3 vice presidents. The president must convince these 3 independent-minded persons of the policy. Then the president must, after getting the assent from the vice president, must convince the senators, 14 independent senators in the majority, agree with this. So you can't have one man just come out and say, take the job or lose the job. You must convince the people's representatives. So we see here accountability to the core. But I shall stop here. When we elect the UIC, we elect a system of governance that is for the people, that is accountable to the people.
All right, you want me to put them away?
I will stop by labbing now and give the mic to Mr. Diagola, after which you will hear from Mr. President. So, convener of the people's and corruption.
Can you hear me, Mr. Roman?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Well, first of all,
Oh, good.
to the UIC.
It's raining heavily.
For inviting me to say a few words. I think it's very positive because the PNP would invite me to come to their annual conference to speak. Now the Jamaica Labour Party do that as well. I belong to the People's Anti-Corruption Movement. And once you're in politics, you have to be capable and willing to engage in debate, discussion, because you're not going to agree with everybody and everything. So you have to intelligently have a discussion. So I commend the UIC for having invited me here to say a few words.
Yes.
Right? Thank you very much. All right, so let me say, first of all, that last year, when the UIC had the protest in Downtown Kingston against forced vaccination, I was there. And forced vaccination
You have a constitutional right to your body. Nobody can force you to put into your body what you don't want to put into your body. Your children, they force your children to get vaccination in order to go to school. That's unconstitutional. Nobody has ever challenged it. But your child, you have a right to protect your child. It's dictatorship, right? Constitutional violation of your rights. Now, let's look at what happened 22nd last year. They arrested Mr. Patterson and a few other of the US folks. They were trying to mash up the protest. Why? You don't have a right to protest. You have a right to peaceful protest. That's your constitutional right. It's in the Constitution. So they arrested Mr. Patterson and a few others and took them to the police station. Everybody marched behind the police car that was taken to the police station and were demanding that he be released, etc., etc. After a while, the SSP, Mr. McGregor, said, we'll move from here. Right? Nobody was threatening the police, everybody was there peacefully, just voicing their position on vaccination and so on. And then in no time, I challenged him. I said, it's not constitutional for telling the people to move because they're not doing anything, they're not violating any law. They're peaceful. Him said, so the people started to move. And they were moving, walking away. Guess what? Police took out them pepper spray and started to pepper spray people. Nobody was resisting. Nobody was engaging the police in any violence or anything like that. So that is clearly a form of terrorism, in my opinion. And they use pepper spray casually all over. Right? I know some guys in the park here, and they can tell you stories about how they were pepper sprayed. Police don't like you, they just pepper sprayed. All right? They did that to Nzinga King. I was hoping that she would be here today. All right. But she was in a taxi and the policeman just put in pepper spray inside the car because you want one man and pepper spray on. And after them done pepper spray, and she stepped out and challenged the policeman in a restaurant. So you don't have a right to verbally challenge a policeman and say you're doing the wrong thing, you're violating the law, etc. Then what happened? She go to the police station and them chuck them cut off her locks. Right? So that prejudice against Rasta still exists within the police force. Alright? Still exists here. But guess what? That prejudice, I call it racism, exists in the schools as well. As well, sir. So if you're a little girl or a little boy and you wear your hair natural or you wear your hair locks, them say, no, you can't come to school. That is racism. We have to fight against that. Right? Neither the PNP nor the JLP is looking out against that. That is very, very bad. Alright? Very, very bad. And there are all forms of human rights violation that is taking place through the length and breadth of this country. All kinds of human rights violation. We have a Minister of National Security, right? And the other day him tell the police, say, shoot for kill. And when you look kill, when you don't send an ambulance at all to pick up the guns. So if the police is shooting at your foot and you're still alive, don't send an ambulance for you. Alright? And we know that police extrajudicial killings has been endemic in the political system of Jamaica for a long time. Human rights organizations all over the world, including the State Department in America, say that police extrajudicial killings is a policy of state. So this Minister of National Security is merely saying, shoot first and ask questions later, as has been done by other MPs in the past. Shoot first and ask questions later. Alright, that is what he was doing. Alright. So we need to get rid of this Minister of National Security because he's advocating police terrorism against people. That is not right. We can't do that. So we need to be very vigilant and very stern and very strong in demanding that this man be removed. Police extrajudicial killings is going on Almost every day. Every year, them kill at least 100 people. 100 people a year they kill. Now, I was one of the people in that was pepper spray, right? So after I was pepper sprayed, in a couple of days, I went to Indigo and I reported the matter to Indigo. I said I was pepper sprayed and I want you to investigate and take legal action. It takes Indigo almost 1 year to investigate and write their report, right? Almost 1 year. And when they write the report, I said to them, can I have a copy of the report? And one of them said, no, we have to send it to the DPP first. But I said, why? You're an independent organization. You know, you send it to the DPP, but according to the Act, the Independent Commission Act, I have a right to get this report. Right? I said, no, they must send it to the DPP. I don't know if you know anything about Gensinger King, but you see anything went on with back and forth. And the DPP said, boy, you know, we're not charging police or anything.
They like 91 that's in Jamaica.
So I just want to point out that one of the reasons why we have this endemic police extradition killing policy is because organizations like Indicom work with the police. They work with the police. Right? So they know I write the DPP and I said, I want to take legal action against the police for what they did to me. So when are you going to finish your report so that I can get it from Indicom? Them say 6 weeks time. But guess what? 6 weeks gone already. 6 weeks gone. So I am here now, and it's very difficult for me to go to court because I don't have this report. So I call police, police go run me and say, go away, we don't have blah, blah, blah. So I did Indicom, and they say that justice delayed is justice denied. All right, I see my time is running out. But let me just say that I am part of the People's Anti-Corruption Movement. All right? Jamaica is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Everybody said that. And we have to fight against corruption also. And what we did, we were the Prime Minister about corruption, that we need a commission of inquiry into corruption. We sent a letter to the leader of the opposition that we need a commission of inquiry into corruption. And we sent letters to all 63 members of parliament. And guess what? Not one of them has responded. Not one. So what does that mean? That means, therefore, there is endemic corruption in the parliament, from the Prime Minister all the way down. And we can't afford that to happen. So what does that mean? It means that they thief in the money, right, every year, putting it in their pockets. And that is why education is underfunded. That is why health is underfunded. That is why they're not picking up your garbage. That is why they're not building the roads properly. And we can't continue with that kind of something. So we have to stand up and we have to make them know that we're going to be like Sam Sharp. Because Sam Sharp said, we're not in a slavery no more. All right, we're not in a slavery. I would rather die on yonder gallows than continue to be a slave. So that's what I'm saying to you. You have to decide that you're going to make personal sacrifices if necessary to change the system, to change the corruption, to change the violence and everything else. Because they don't properly fund education. A lot of children are not going to school. But if the children then join gang, them say, boys, send the police. But who's responsible for the gangs? The government, the system, the corrupt system, is they are the ones that should be held accountable. And I said one more point. There is the anti-gang legislation, right? And the Gleaner in an editorial some years ago. So we have 2 gangs in Parliament. That is what they say. And none of them could challenge the Gleaner because the Gleaner followed up and said we have 2 gangs in Parliament. So all I'm saying to you is, if the police can come into your community and scoop up all kind of youth and carry them where and say them a gang member, why you can't go to Parliament and do the same? You can run and scrape them up. You can run scrape them up and whatever you need to do, you do it. So can I have 2 types of justice? One in justice for us and justice
For
for
the
them.
other, yeah.
No, it can't work. So I commend you for being out here and keep up the fight. And we will work together. And corruption must end, poverty must end, free education, and land for the landless.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
another issue. Land for the landless.
One Jamaica! One Jamaica! One Jamaica!
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguilar. All right, now we shall have our real man on road. Our president, Joseph L. Patterson. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to do something very uncharacteristic. I don't want to miss a single solitary point of what I want to say to you, so I'm going to actually use my notes. I don't want to slip because sometimes when I'm talking, I remember something very important, and I move on and slip on that, and I forget to come back. We have been standing for a long time. I want you to move on. Just move on. Move on. Lively up yourself. Lively up yourself. Lively up yourself. Lively up yourself. Because what we're going to talk about is so serious. You can't afford to miss 1 second of it. But young lad, you sing it. You sing it. Come in, man. Nothing to that. All right. You set up the right. All right. The next one. All right. So, today we're talking about good governance now. And my good friend Mr. Barnett explained to you what good governance is. But today I have a very important message to all of us, teachers, police officers, nurses, all the workers of today. It's a very important message for you. Before I get into that message, I want to begin by saying, your next 10 years must be better than the last 10 years. Your next 10 years must be better than the last 10 years if you are to enjoy a safe, clean, and orderly Jamaica where everyone can live, earn, and retire with dignity in their own country. But judging from the last 10 years, if we don't do something radical, next 10 years is going to be worse than the last 10. Those who study history and learn from history are much wiser than those who simply repeat history. And unfortunately, most of us are in the business of repeating history because we don't learn from history. There's no way that Jamaica could have learned from history and we're where we are today. So clearly, we're not learning from history. But those people who learn from history, not only do they learn from the mistakes of the past, they learn how to understand the present and how to predict the future. Those people who don't learn from the past don't know how to assess the present, they don't know how to predict the future, and so they end up always being surprised. When you see the government do certain things and you're surprised, it's because you haven't learned from history. If you're surprised that you're being told to mourn the death of someone that represents our enslavement means we didn't learn from it. If you're surprised that people engage in corruption and are promoted to higher office, you haven't learned from it. If you're surprised that the cost of goods is higher today than it was yesterday, then you haven't learned from it. If you're surprised that the next election coming up will be fed a bunch of goodies and lovely promises and end up with the same thing at the end of the day, then you haven't learned from it. Today, I want us, all of you here, I want us to be among those who learn from history, and not among those who simply repeat and suffer from history. You know the richest people in the world are those who do not repeat history.
Yep.
They create cell phones, they create motor cars, they design new products, because they learn from it. And they're not satisfied with what they currently have. They don't want to be in the same position that they were in 10 years ago. So they think, they analyze, they create, they design, they innovate, they invent. My people, unfortunately, prefer to be consumers rather than innovators and inventors and creators. They allow a few men and women, 63 of them, to rob us of the ability and the freedom to create, innovate, and produce. And that makes us poor. That makes us very, very poor. But there are 4 dates that I want you all to remember. How many?
4.
4 very important dates. Date number 1, 1492. What did I say?
1492.
Date number 2, 1838. What did I say?
1838.
No. Date again, 1838. Date number 3, 1944. And date number 4, 1962.
You know the pen.
In 1492, we're told that Mr. Christopher Columbus, vagabond, thief, poor man who figured out how to cobble together a design, very smart by the way. Being poor doesn't mean you're not smart. You can be poor and poor and be poor and smart. A smart poor man can't stay poor for long. Young poor man will keep doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different result. That's a dumb poor man. So in 1492, Columbus came to our ship. In 1838, 346 years later, they tell us that they've had enough of raping us, robbing us, and abducting us. So they gave us freedom. In 1830, they gave us freedom. Who gives them the authority to give you freedom? By the way, freedom is not something anybody gives you. If they give you the freedom, if you take it, that's a freedom. So when they gave us freedom in 1838, look at this. And I'm going to show you how this works today. In 1944, they gave us something else. Remember what they gave us? They gave us a nice fancy phrase. A few of them. One phrase was universal adult suffrage. I'm not nice at things that they will give you SHIT and press it up with icing on the top of it. Yeah? So in 1944, they had a celebrating. Who's going to run down? Who's hand high in the air? Because we now can vote. But before they give us the right to vote, Give us who to vote for. And it gave us
Yes, so.
two parties that came compacted and pushed forward and they destroyed Marcus Garvey Party, which was the party
All right,
of
guys.
unity and liberty. Guess what? Mr. Fool, you buy into it. But don't be too hard on our ancestors. Because remember, there are three ways. There are three ways for you to keep a man safe. Three important ways. Number one, make sure they're free. That's why most people afraid to compete with them politics. They're afraid to be candidates. They're afraid to come out to a meeting like this. They're afraid to talk. They're afraid to be seen. That's the number one way you make people slaves. You keep them in fear. After you make them fearful, make sure you make them poor. Because the poor man always look for food and have no time to look for freedom. Before you know it, it's like a rat in a rat trap. Not a poor rat in a rat trap. Want a free piece of cheese and it lose his head. Yes. And number one, to make sure that you're afraid. Number two, to make sure that you're poor. And number three, you know what is number three? Very important. To make sure that you don't. That is why the save them never learn to read. I'm saying don't let them learn to read. Because if they learn to read, they might figure out what I want. So to make sure that the slave can read, can write, to make sure they are poor, you can't compete with them if they're poor. And to make sure the poor little slave is totally afraid. You don't want to get no beaten. You don't want to get no lashes. You don't want to get no victimization. You don't want to protect her and have. So I'm afraid. But don't do later, but I want that. Well, that's the end result. If you're fool, you're guaranteed to pay all the people else. In fact, you start your profit in the back. How long shall you kill your profit? While we stand aside and look. No, some say the prophecy have to fulfill. And you survive as your trust and your escape. And so the prophecy have to fulfill, you don't kill Mr. Prophecy. The prophecy have to be fulfilled. So when you say, we can't win, one big and narrow, we can't overcome them. So we're not going to win the UIC. Yes, I'm cool. So, as I was saying, I talked here about three things. 1492, 1838, 1944, and we come to 1962. Now, if you weren't fooled in 1838, you weren't fooled in 1944, now you're fooled in 1962. You're very fooled now. And they say, listen, you are now independent.
Yes.
You are not listen. At that point, you're fully fooled.
Turn them up.
Products,
That's the gate.
same thing. So in 1962 now, you're fully fooled. But I want to point out something. In 1492, my brother, that was the beginning of the end. Because remember, prior to 1492, we were busy enjoying our tropical climate in Africa. We were busy enjoying our luscious tropical island of Jamaica and Barbados and Trinidad. Where we fought, eating coconut water, enjoying our white sand beach, the fruit and eat, pork and jerk. Everything was good.
Yeah.
But while we were having fun in the sun, some other people were designing metal to kill her off. Just like they did us 4 years ago. While we were busy building all kinds of designs, they call some of them box, they call some of them medicine, they call some of them pharmaceuticals. We're busy creating all manner of things. And we, are from food. We're from food, brother.
Wow.
But they are Jew. But then I said, I am a man in the politics business, you know. You don't care about them sitting there. But them sitting there will tell you,
That is the talk of many
while you
Rastas
are
too.
not engaging in politics,
Let
they
me tell
are
you,
engaging in
people,
politics. They are
that
getting
is the
ready
talk
to
of
name your
many
food.
Rastas too.
You might get
Yeah,
ready for name your lunch.
but they don't want no
Them
politics.
dog, they get ready for name your supper. So while you are busy enjoying yourself, I permit you here, I turn you here, I put on you all kind of stuff, and I jump and dance and dance and I have fun. They are preparing to name your supper. And name it they will. And by name all right. Not even little crazy gonna leave for you when you're done.
Not even the crumbs.
Not even the crumbs will fall from the master of the table. The boy suffer. You think this is suffering yet? Look right now, look right now. The race minimum wage from 7 to 9. And the cost of food gone up by 3 times. Yeah? You can't afford house. You can't afford rent. You can't afford food. You can't afford medicine. You can't afford school. My God, you can't even afford to live. And guess what? Some of us might still go dip our finger in the ink and put our eggs inside the head or the bed. Seriously, how can you, in any good conscience, not do that to yourself? But me, I do too. You're doing it to yourself. Anyway, for those of you who are more well-mannered and smart, put your eggs beside it.
Handshake.
Handshake. Unity. The handshake represents a Jamaica divided coming together.
Yes, united.
The handshake means that we have turned our back upon the trick. Let me tell you more about it. The 3 dates that comes out of 1492 are 3 dates that indicates a significant period in history when our colonial masters tricked us. And I want you to understand the trick and the deception. I want you to understand that those that were fighting against or were fighting against us, them were ordinary, them were simple. They are designing their outcome with strategy, with design. For example, who could have get the whole world to shut down and buy the one medicine that everybody must take and every government must buy it and everybody must be injected by it and every government must tax it to pay for it? No one smart better that to do.
Yes.
For him to get the whole world to buy into that. But guess what? It's not the first time it was done. You remember the time when the whole world believed that black people were animals? Remember? Remember from 1492 to 1838, everybody was okay for the most part. 346 years they were okay with black people being slaves. For 346 years, they stole your time, they stole your freedom, and they stole your property. You see why the UIC talk about life, liberty, and property all the time? Because we will restore your life to you, your liberty to you, and your property to you. So in 1838, when they abolished slavery, look what they did in 1830 when they abolished slavery. They said to you, you are now free, but you have no land. You have no money. You have no inheritance. So all you must do is go take a job from your former slave master. Isn't that way doing today's same God Almighty way? Aren't you still taking a job from the slave master? And I must take any job in offer because there's not enough jobs going around. So if him say a call center time now, a call center time now. It no matter if you have a degree in education or economics or accounting or engineer or technology. It no matter. A call center myself. And before that, a sugar cane myself. Before that, a banana myself. Wherever we say, that you must do.
Yeah.
That is the world we live in today, and that's the world our foreparents lived in yesterday for 346 years until they freed the so-called slaves. But guess what? They freed the slave to be a wage slave. They freed the slave to be a wage slave. But they had a beautiful lady, all dressed in white, with pearls and crowns and diamonds and jewelry. And they called her your queen, Elizabeth
Yes,
II.
yes, yes.
And she said, my dear subjects, you are now free. When you're free for the work for whom the son must work for. That's why Paul Boga rise up.
That's right.
That's why Paul Boga rise up.
That's right.
And then hang him.
Yeah, man.
Will you allow them to hang Paul Boga again? Will you stand up and allow them to hang Paul Boga again?
No, sir. No,
So what's the
sir.
trick in 1838? It was freedom, but it was fake freedom. No land,
No land at all.
no capital, no education, but you're free. Now, 106 years passed from them. Look, listen. When you drop them, when you hear this, look. They free the slave. Them free the slave, always. Them free the slave. But about 106 years before the slave get the right to vote. What kind of freedom that? From 1838, the slave couldn't vote until 1944. 106 God Almighty years.
Wow.
While we went to church and sing and pray and say hallelujah, amen. Trust and obey, but there's no other way.
Yeah. Yes.
Trust and obey, but there's no other way. Love your enemies. Love your enemies. Turn the other cheek.
Yes.
Honor your masters. Yes. And guess what? We never read the part we talk about liberty and freedom. We never read the part which says, no, you must have no master over you. There is only one master, and that's your creator. No man, no woman, black or white, born or not, has any right to be a master over you. You are meant to be the master of your own life, and that's why the Creator gave you a mind. That's why the Creator gave you a brain. That's why the Creator gave you 2 hands. That's why the Creator gave you 2 feet. Otherwise, you're going to make you a cripple. And you must sit down and pray and hope for food to levitate into your mouth. But no, my God, your God, the real God, gave you a brain to think, to plan, to organize, to manage, to design, to create, to innovate. And when you give up that right, when you give another man that right over you, you are giving up your soul. But they tricked us. 1944 now, you know why they did that? What's the purpose? Over the 106 years, we now start to agitate again. We said, this don't feel right. This don't feel like freedom. It's not working out too well. So we start to burn down some plantation again.
All right.
We start to burn down some plantation again.
More fire.
We started with some things which make them uncomfortable. We burn down and burn down.
Yes.
We locked up some people inside and we made sure that they came out a different way they went in. And so they said, no, we can't afford for this to continue. So let's give them another trick. Now we're going to tell them that they will have self-government. What do we call it? What do we call it?
Self-government.
What do we call it? Self-government. That was in 1944. One meeting, my brothers. 1944. They gave us the right to govern ourselves. And when they gave us that right to govern ourselves, they gave us a governor, a white man from England. So the governor was selected by the Queen, and we were allowed to elect the commoners. Yeah? That's how we got. And then they gave us 2 parties to represent So guess what they just did, you know? They made sure that they selected who you could elect. And they have a governor at the top, just in case anything goes wrong, the governor can shut it down. So from 1944 to 1962, 18 years, that's how the thing set. That's how the thing set.
So they said.
And then what happened now, the people eventually start to realize the trick. I don't know why. What's wrong, you know? I don't know why. So after 106 years, we get a new system. But notice the system was a trick. It was tricking you to move from one form of wage slavery to another form of wage slavery. So first it was from one form of slavery, chattel slavery, now you move to another form of slavery called wage slavery, but they call the one the self-government. Which means you get to vote now, but them select who you must vote for. They have the rich people now to fund those who you must vote for, and the poor people can't fund who they want to vote for, so the poor people vote for who the rich people tell them to vote for. And so the rich people now, they call them the plantocracy because they operate the plantation. They now control the government from 1944 until 1962. And when we start to figure out the scam, them say, let's feed them something else now. Let's call it independence. So we'll take for the governor and replace them with a governor general. Nice change of name. We're going to take for the white man from England and replace it with a whitewash man from Jamaica. And call him governor general.
Replace him with a roast bread.
Because make him feel good. Because when you have a nice big mansion to live in a St. Vincent, oh, now I feel like the masters from the front. You have the nice big yard like the plantation owner. You have the nice furniture like the plantation owner. You get the taxpayer money to 280 million like the master. So him now by protect the system there. And it don't matter whether you're a Seventh-day Adventist, or Pentecostal, or Methodist, or even Rasta for Christ's sake. All of them will sell you out in order to keep up the appearance of the colonial master. And so I'm still a out again. And so now they trick us. Now we have a governor general instead of a governor. We have a local man instead of a foreigner. But still, can keep the queen as the head of the house. But guess what? We were happy for that. Because when the Queen came, when the grand declaration of our independence, our leaders trained us to line up, proud procession, to spread out the red carpet, to have the flowers, the jubilant orchestras. And then we said, God, save the Queen. And we lowered the Union Jack, we hoisted the Jamaica flag, and we were as proud as hell, not knowing that we're going to hell. I say all of this to say this, watch the carefully. And took you one time, 1838. And took you two times, 1944. And took you three times, 1962. Will you allow them to trick you four times? Will you allow them to trick you four times? No. Will you allow them to trick you four times? No. That is the question. But in 2022, we are now preparing for an election. They're going to call local government elections. They're going to call general elections. And they are counting on your stupidity. You're banking on your foolish mentality. You're hoping they can keep you locked in. And the way they're going to do it is the same way they did it before. Number one, they're going to make sure that the plantocracy, the Remember them? The plantocracy?
Yeah.
The plantocracy?
Yeah.
And it's called the PSO game. We'll make sure that they give more than $300 billion again for them to trick you with handouts.
They might give them $1 billion this time.
Advertisement, fancy campaign, hang out with us.
300 million too little bit now.
They say, yeah.
Give them $1 billion now.
And if I get it, they say, I am a born laborite, or I'm a born PNP, or I'm a born socialist, or I'm a born comrade, rather than killing you. When I show towards power, and when I show towards power, when all of the power is going to them, they must shower themselves with money each and every day at your expense. If I think it tough now, what's going to happen? It's just going tougher after this election. It's going tougher.
All right.
And we, my friend, have one small window of opportunity.
Wow.
One closing window of opportunity.
Why?
You ever go to the stadium and the pastor preach? And him said, well, congregation, we are coming to the final hour now of this event. I don't want to leave here without one soul being saved today. And put on a piece of preaching there.
Yes, sir.
A piece of pleading.
Yes, sir.
And then tug on your heart through.
Yeah, man.
And say, give your life today.
Soul important.
I want to tell you this.
Give me your soul.
This is an immediate entrance into the heaven of a new Jamaica or the hell of the same old Jamaica. And if we allow this last window of opportunity to pass,
this is the last.
There may never be another UIC again. In fact, when they passed the new law in 2018, the new electoral law, you didn't know about it because you were busy drinking a rum and smoking a slip. You didn't want to see it.
I'm going to church.
But they passed a law in 2018, and this law said, every political party that exists shall be null and void as of this day.
What?
And the only parties that can exist are those who meet our new requirements. Now, prior to that, anybody could be a political party. You could have the old one there, you could have any new one being formed. But they passed a law to eliminate all third parties. And guess who passed the law? The two parties.
Yes.
Because who picked the media law? Yeah. Because it was designed by them for them.
Yes. That is why.
And they were certain that when they did that, they have locked the door now and got rid of all third
no
parties.
more opposition.
Because their goal is to have a duopoly of two parties having a permanent rule and dictatorship over this country.
Definitely.
They want to make sure that you have no option, no hope, no choice, but to vote one or the other. And they have trained us to do that. They have trained us to do that for 78 years, very successfully.
Wow.
Kill the people and say there is no better.
Exactly. And then now, in 2019, God raised up the UIC.
Wow. Daddy man.
In 2019, God raised up the UIC. And he says, it's time for us to set my people free.
Free. Full time.
God said it's time to set my people free. And so he raised up the UIC.
Definitely.
And he says the UIC is not going to be any ordinary party. It is going to be a movement. It is going to be a congress. And the vision and mission of the UIC is not going to be to win power at all costs. It's going to be to empower the Jamaican people at all costs. The UIC is going to be a liberation movement.
Yes.
The UIC is going to be the reincarnation of Marcus Garvey and the PPP.
That's right. That's right.
The UIC is going to return to Jamaicans their birthright, the land of our love and life. And so, our God, which look like us, and so like us, our God saying, this must be the mission of the UIC. Our vision is a Jamaica that brings out the best in all its people. We know the colonial system is designed to bring out the worst in our people, and it has succeeded.
Yes.
Their system is to make us kill each other, scam each other, rob each other. The UIC will help us to unite, protect each other, help each other, grow together, and become stronger and stronger and stronger with each passing day. So we're going to make Jamaica a non-partisan, constitutional republic. What does that mean? We're done with the party thing. No more division. We're going to have a true republic with laws that protect your right to your life, your liberty, and your property. We're going to return the land to the Jamaican people. No more crown land. Every Jamaican family must become a property owner. We're going to make sure that our young people, when they leave school, they have a job. No matter how comes to her, we want them to get a job where they can learn to earn.
All right.
The current system is destroying them. It's spitting out children who are not prepared for life and then leaving them to
Tourism service.
leaving them to just die.
Your tourism.
To join gangs.
And farm work.
We have to stop that.
Enslavement.
We have to end it. So we're going to have, Pastor, we're going to have the youth employment solution. So every young man, every young woman will have a job when they leave school if they're not going to university or to a trade school or to an entrepreneur. Everyone of them.
That's right.
We're going to have, listen carefully, a work care program. What is work care? Work care is better than welfare. We don't want the welfare system here. For anybody who does have a job and don't want to be a criminal, come to us and they help you to get a job. So work care means every adult who can work, get a job.
Wonderful.
And in this country, we have a job for everyone. Here's how we're going to do it. Look at this beautiful land of ours. It is not being farmed. We can become the organic food capital of the world by turning our land into organic agriculture right across the country.
That's right. No.
We will show the world how to grow good quality food, including marijuana, of the highest quality and grade, and we will export it to the rest of the world and feed them good food, not food laced with artificial pesticides and herbicides.
Natural.
We are ready to lead the world in organic food production.
Natural, straight.
We're not done this yet, Pastor. Thanks for coming, by the way. I wish you came early so you could talk before me. Next time. But watch me. We are going to make sure that tourism works for Jamaica. So we're going to stop this all-inclusive foolishness where tourists come and lock up behind fence and the rest of it outside a one-way. We're going to open up the tourist market and make all of Jamaica a tourist destination.
That's right. Now we can't get
here's the funny part. We're not doing it for the tourists. We're going to make Jamaica clean and nice and pretty and decent with sidewalk and street lights and permanent address for everybody and a nice looking place that look and feel and smell like a tourist resort. But it is for we, the Jamaican people.
That's right.
And we invite tourists to come.
That's right.
So we're going to put the people first, not tourists first.
Not tourists first.
The tourists must come and enjoy a little bit our way enjoy everything.
That's
I
right.
want them to go into the community and try the roast breadfruit. I want them to sit them around the roast down with a roast. You want them to drink the coconut water in the backyard of our friends and families.
Play two dominoes.
You want them to knock two dominoes.
I mean,
You want them to be a part of the culture and feel the vibes and movement of the people. And we want them to give the money to the people. We want our farmers to get the money. We want our housewives to get the money. We want our hard-working young men and women, the singers, the entertainers. But they are not where look at chance for us to get the money and to get the opportunity. Right or so.
right, yes. Right, yes.
We want it right or so.
Right,
We want it right now. So, the UIC is about a complete team. Not 360, 180. A complete turnaround. So I have one more thing to tell you. Now this is for today. The government said they want to help us. What's up? They want to help us.
Yes, I didn't say.
They said price so high, they want to help us. We have one man recently said, time come because he's ready now to take over. And he have a plan where he's going to fix everything. You have all the promises years before. In opposition, they do everything. But as being in opposition, they know everything. One promise you, you will sleep with the windows and doors open.
Yes, I didn't say.
Now you have to double lock it.
You better double lock.
One promise you that if you elect him, you're going to have 5% growth in 4 years.
4 years.
What they never tell you is that he was talking about the banks, not you. The same one tell you, in the first 100 days, we're going to make sure we have fixed election day.
Yes.
In August, we can't count, because it's more than 100 days now. So clearly, we can't trust them, and we know that for 78 years. But I want to make them one final offer. One final offer. Here's the offer. Very simple. If you want to help the Jamaican people right now, if you want to stop the bleeding right now, if you want to stop people from feeling like they're out of control right now, there's one thing the government can do right now to fix the Jamaican people problem. You want to hear it?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing they can do right now that will help all Jamaicans. Police, teachers, nurses, doctors, lawyers, and man, everybody. This one thing can help us all right now if they want to help. But that's true, you cannot see it right now, but I'm not going to talk about it. Right now, there's one thing they can do that will help right now. If they believe that they want to help Jamaicans, take the people's salary to inflation right now.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Take the people's salary to inflation right now. Take the people's salary to the dollar right now.
Yes.
If inflation go up, your salary go up. If the dollar go down, your salary go up. Take it, Mr. Prime Minister. Take it right now. Take it, Mr. Prime Minister. What do you not to do it? Because he's not going to do what will really help you. His job is to tell you that he wants to help you, but inflation is an international problem. But he loves the poor. He loves the poor. But I'll say it again. I challenge Mark Bowling. I challenge Andrew Holness. I challenge the PNP. I challenge the GLP. I challenge all of you in the Senate right now to agree to pay the Jamaican people salary and wages to inflation right now.
No more inflation!
Take it right now. And you solve all of the problems. Because when the bread go up, the salary going to go up automatically. When the gas go up, the salary go up automatically. When the rent go up, the salary go up automatically. So pay for wages and salaries right now for inflation. If you love the poor, Mr. Prime Minister. If you love the poor, Mr. Gordon, peg it right now. Go to Parliament right now and tell them, peg it.
Yes.
Peg it, Mr. Prime Minister. Peg it, Mr. Opposition Leader. Peg it, Mr. Senator. Peg it, Mr. MP. Peg it, peg it, peg it.
Yes. Don't make it move forward. Don't make it slide.
That's what we're asking for.
Stop the Henry.
And if you can't peg it, left it. Come out of the office now.
Pack your bag and leave.
Pack your bag and go. Because you can't help us. Well, let me say something to all those listening here. We know that those who are in authority right now, those who are in power, they're never going to change. They're not going to. They have been there for 78 years. They're not going to change.
No.
They have done the same thing over and over and over every year. They're not change. So since they're not going to change, we have to change. Right, sister? We have to change. You don't want to say it. You don't want to say the same way. You don't want to change. When you're dirty, you change your clothes, right? When the baby is on him, diaper, you change it, right? Well, then smell worse than that. So it's time to change. Yeah? We need to change this diaper right now. We need to put out the garbage right now. We need to empty the garbage truck right now.
Right now.
We need to unload the sewage tank right now.
Yes.
We need to fix the bad governance right now. We want good governance right now. And the UIC is the only movement in Jamaica. It's the only movement in Jamaica right now that is willing and ready and able to end this foolishness right now. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, we have heard it. If our leaders are serious about helping the people, pay our salaries now. Mic drop. All right. So we come off that pivotal point, and that I rise and we ask now, I pray, to lead us into a rendition. All right, so I pray is coming to the stage shortly. Yeah!
So we give thanks and praise to the Most High for having us out today. Safe mark, everything was alright, everybody happy, everybody nice. If you go to turn on the page, you watch that. You see me at our time, rising time. So I have this song that I've written over maybe 8 years. So long. And I know the times to come out, so brand new word. Selector, what? Run the track. Something fun here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The brand new world. Give us a brand new day, a brand new feeling. Yes, we want a brand new life, then we go again. A brand new world. Give us a brand new day, a brand new feeling. Yes, we want a brand new life. Watch this. Everyone I look up, yes, all happiness. There is no time, no space for no sadness. Whoever staring at my face, no man, God bless. Father God, I am a protect for me.
interest. No rain or fall, but the sun still a shine the best. And the youth them in the street who no do no best. Babylon free up the system, the joy will do the rest. It's like you want to this place in a be stress. Watch the smile pop up face drop today. And the love in my heart can't take it away. I'm here par with some true soldier out there. If you now waste your time, then follow it. You are see a brand new world. Give us a brand new day. A brand new feeling. Yes, we want a brand new life. Then we go so then. A brand new world. Give us a brand new day. A brand new feeling. Yes, we want a brand new life and do holiness like Prime Minister, me know you have a heart. Help guide the youth them from out of the dark. And we are suffer, we have a little chance. The dirty system of block out with that. But you have only for you. When the youth them are depend on you, they'll pave the way and help us go through. Upon the pace we not stop from screw yo. You can start with some brand new plan. They'll build some factory foundation. Peace and love I bring up pray for this land. Lightning and thunder gonna make you see your plan with yo. A brand new world. Give us a brand new day. A brand new feeling. Yes, we want a brand new life. UICC. A brand new world. Give us a brand new day. And you mean it. A brand new feeling. Yes, we want a brand new life. Alright, so here what was. Me I start a brand new world. And you want to step the UIC. Great, right? A brand new world for the UIC. A brand new world for the UIC. A brand new world for the UIC. So we give thanks and praise to the Most High Jah, Rastafari. What do you mean? Yeah.
A brand new world.
Give us a brand new day.
Yes, that's a brand new day. That's exactly what we're here for. Yes. All right, so Pastor Chambers, we welcome you to the mic. You were here before, but we give you the floor now.
Pastor Chambers, in the picture. Pastor Chambers, take the seat.
Pleasant afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm on the way from the country just to be here. And it's a little thought that came to me just to add on what the Honorable Joseph said. If the foundation is right, the structure will still not. Yeah. If the foundation is not right, it's going to come. I remember when they were building Bahia Hotel, I don't know if you remember that, in the North Coast. It fell to the ground on several occasions. That's a structure. That's not right. When you're building a structure, it is important that you put in the right thing, the right material, the right persons. If you're building UIC, you have to put in the right persons. If the right person is not in it, trust me, it's going to crumble. It's going to come down fast. You notice it is easy to erect something when it comes down faster than how it goes up. And I want to encourage each and everyone who is supporting this great organization. And I'm going to say why I say that it's a great organization. When I watched on the news how some of the young men were apprehended, put behind bars, the Honorable Officer, he was put behind bars, myself was put behind bars. you said to yourself, aren't we heroes?
Yes, sir.
I feel that every person should look into themselves and recognize who they are. And that Jamaica is suffering today because we don't know who we are. We have caused politicians to come and dictate to us and to take away our rights, our constitutional rights, our freedom. And let me tell you something. I must honor each and every person. Because I sat, if you notice, I was diplomatically there, standing. I'm a very observant person, and I looked and I watched, trying to find out, navigate everything. And I saw police pass by, everything. And I realized that regardless of who you see that Portman grass the borderline, none of you were distracted. And why is it so, sir? It is because all of us have a specific objective.
Yes.
And you see, once the objective is right, Sir Patterson, it cannot go wrong. It cannot go wrong. And that is why I use the foundation. If the foundation is right, it cannot problem. And you have a set of young people among you, sir. If they stand with you, you can turn Jamaica upside down. What the type people say? Small ups, no. So don't look at the gigantic, the enormous political kingdoms that have been built illegally in this land. Because some of us need to understand that Bob said, as a years ago this song was written, that we are to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. Huh? No, sir, that didn't see that, sir.
That's fine, man.
No, it has been playing in my mind when I stand here. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
Yes.
And listen, a lot of Jamaicans are mentally bound. We're not physically tied up, but we're mentally bound. When we have politicians controlling and manipulating us and dictating to us what to do, what not to do, and we can't when to do, and if we do speak, they want to put chains behind us and close our mouth. But listen, sirs, you know, when I stood there, I said, somebody has to die for something to stay alive. And I must encourage and I must say to every one of you, whether you're a Rasta, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Marlin, whoever you are, that stands here supporting a great organization. Listen, see yourself as a hero. I'm not here to preach today. If you notice, I just don't preach and tear down the pulpit. I'm just here to encourage you to stand for what you believe. If you don't stand for what you believe, who's going to stand? Nobody won't stand. And if everybody's scared because of the intimidation,
right?
Listen, sir, I'm not afraid to die.
That's right.
If a gunman comes right now with a gun to my head, I tell him to squeeze the trigger fast. Because listen, the man that is afraid to die is the man that is already dead. He that loses it shall find it.
That's right.
And then, in last, Sir Patterson, it's an honor to see you again, sir. And I'm so sad that you spoke before because you are the man. I am a servant, you are the man. I'll be myself available again. And I'll be my busy schedule because I'm a very busy pastor. Not only that, I'm a basketball coach. Yes, I'm a pastor, basketball, and a sport that engage in a lot of stuff. So it's difficult for me to follow every meeting. But whenever, yes, I'll be here. Yes. All right. So thank you, sir.
God bless you. All of them. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone.
We have a last item on the agenda right now. Young Garvey is somebody that I respect a lot. His music is good. Ready? All right, he's almost ready. Almost ready. It's now 10 minutes to 4, so I have to wrap it up. So let's hear this one. Ready? Yeah, man, I can tell him, man. Come. I'll even help you if you want. Go for it.
Yeah, open that thing.
Well, I go by the name of Young Garvey, influenced by the great Marcus Garvey, right? And from this movement, his name going at UIC, and it represents Marcus Garvey movement, you know, the Young Garvey. There's nothing about the black people more than me. Sorry. That's not good. But hopefully we'll love black people like that. But I wrote a song for UIC. Right now, yeah. Right now, yeah. And this song, you know, we're just performing at the pillar. The mic is sweet, but I make it work. Tell we're gonna be stronger together, together we can make it right. Our purpose is better to make it for you and I. We're gonna be stronger together, come we all just unify. Our purpose is better to make it for you and I. It's a natural right for every citizen to be free. So the government is there to protect you and me. UIC objective to liberate the citizens from colonial bondage, the regulation, and taxation. From Jamaica independence, stronger together, together we can make it right. Our purpose is a better Jamaica for you and I. We're gonna be stronger together, then we all just unify. Our purpose is a better Jamaica for you and I. No partisan, Constitution, Republic of Jamaica. The city sovereignty of every citizen should be protected. Life, liberty, and property of everyone should be equal with safety. Free and not social model. That's the way all can live and earn it. We're gonna be stronger together, together we can make it right. Our purpose is we're to make it for you and I. We're gonna be stronger together, come we all just unify. Our purpose is better to make it for you and I. That's the part I missed.
Yes, yes, Director. Well done. I want you to hear the song itself.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It is not right for every human being to be free. For the government is there to protect you and me. UIC objective is to liberate the citizens from colonial.
Now work together to make that work.
Independence is stronger together, together we can make it right. Our purpose is a better Jamaica for you and I. We're gonna be stronger together.
Here we go. Yes, sir. All right, get ready for dance now. Ready for dance?
UIC. Tell them we're gonna be stronger together, together we can make it right. Our purpose is a better Jamaica for you and I. We're gonna be stronger together, time we all unify. Our purpose is a better Jamaica for you and I. It is a natural right for every human being to be free. The government is here to protect you and me. UIC objective is to liberate the citizens from colonial bandits, the regulation, the taxation. Rob Jamaica, we independent, stronger together, together we can make it right. Our purpose is a better Jamaica for you and I. We're gonna be stronger together, come we all unify. Our purpose is a better Jamaica for you and I. Non-partisan, constitutional, Republic of Jamaica. Listen, the sovereignty of every citizen should be protected. Life, liberty, and property of everyone should be equal with safety. Free and orderly social market. That's the way all can live and earn it. Gonna be stronger together, together we can make it right. Our purpose is a better to make it right. Gonna be stronger together, come we all survive. Our purpose is a better to make it right.
people be ready for. Like a girl named Dracula, if you never get the operation regular, press a bus fight revolution regular. Can't get that thing that the system is doing, that the government will remain on the field. If you take with them vice and I give them the time, oh, you have to do the public. Gonna be stronger together, together. Purpose, Jesus, ready to make it. We're gonna be stronger together, so we all survive. Purpose, Jesus, ready to make it. You and I.
Big tune.
All right, everyone. Thank you for coming out. We are. All right, so we came out together. One Jamaica.
One.
All right, to our online audience, thank you for joining us. We ask that you spread the word. We thank you for supporting us, and we ask that you share the live if you have not already, so other people can see what's going on. Together, we can make it right. One Jamaica. See you next time. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So that's the end of our rally. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate those guys that are here.
Yes.
I don't know how many of you are here from, from the beginning, but if you are one of those, full respect. Respect that. And we look forward to you guys, becoming part of the movement. If you haven't already been part of the movement, if you haven't been if you are not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do go and subscribe. And also, please like, share. Your comments in the section. We'll go home and read it. I haven't been able to read much of the comments, but yeah, thanks for coming on. And Keith, thank you for hosting us today. A full what? This is what? 5 and almost 6 hours. Thank you. Thanks to Janet as
I
well.
give you a day, man. That's my
Yeah, man.
volunteer day, and guess what? I am just so proud to be a part of it, and I just want to express my sincere gratitude to those people in the Thank you, man. We thank you, man,
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
for hanging in there in the diaspora. Let's get together, join the diaspora group chat. Let us talk. Look at how we can do things for our country. As we, together, as the song said, Young Garvey said, together we're stronger. Unity is strength. Let's mean what we say, unite so that we can be stronger. At home and abroad, man. Solve any problems that we make. Economically, any problem with crime, we have resources that we can put together to solve the problem. We don't have to leave it to them to do it. We don't have to, because we don't want to be them and us anymore. We all need to be stronger together. Again, I just want to thank you guys for joining us. Miss Janet, thank you. Douglas, we just really appreciate you guys hanging with us. Today was a great day. This is just the beginning. We're going to be having many, many more. We're going to be national tour that is coming up. People on the mainland is going to be requiring more assistance. So people need to chime in from the diaspora to make these tours. Everybody who's from a parish need to support the candidates of particular parishes. Because this is a movement that is totally funded by the people. We cannot afford to allow any infiltration by the private sector or the oligarchs, because that's going to spoil the whole thing and take us back into the old tradition. Can't do that. We all need to come together and fund without even mentioning who you are, because that's how we want the fund to be. I'm giving. I don't care for my name to be highlighted. I don't care for how much I highlight. All those people who come and say, "Oh, I gave this amount of money," we don't want that. I don't care. We are all doing it for our country. Our country has done enough for us. We're doing it for our people. You know what? Even the Bible tells you, the one who does the least to one of the people who are in need will be blessed. You know, we want to see our Jamaica becoming the best country in the world, and we can make it. Again, guys, I want to thank you. This was a
Yes,
great
thanks,
day,
guys.
and we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it again next time, Harper. All right, take care. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Bye bye. Okay.